We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat. And we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. All right, so everybody, today is Friday, October 31st. First of all, TGIF everybody, and happy Halloween. We're going to be spending our Halloween night over here doing some hacking, but if you need to do some Halloween stuff, I totally understand. So on each one of these streams, we tend to do 4 different topics and work through them. And this is what we're doing today. So topic number 1, which is hour number 1, we're going to be doing some coding. We're going to be doing some Leetcode challenges. And we're going to be doing some, we're going to be doing some easy challenges over there. We're going to be figuring out how to write that Python code. So that's the first hour. In the second hour, we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're doing digital forensics, and this is session number 3. So for session number 3, we're going to be taking a look at network traffic, PCAP files, and how to interact with PCAP files using the Wireshark tool. So that's the second topic. In the third topic, we're going to be doing a little bit of a demo, and we're going to be demoing a binary hacking challenge over at PicoCTF. This one's going to be a very, very easy challenge, and we're going to demo it. We're going to, show everybody what to do, and hopefully we get to learn something out of that. And the fourth challenge today, we're going to be doing some, we're going to be going off the script today, and we're not going to be doing OLIcyber today, but we're going to be taking a look at a new platform called Standoff 365. Standoff365.com. And this is, I've been told that this is an advanced cybersecurity education platform where you can learn about all sorts of interesting things, and it comes very highly recommended. We're going to be giving this a try, and if you want to take a look at it, you can take a look at it over here. Jason IT Solution says, hello Shy Hat. Hello Jason IT Solution, and welcome to the stream. Let's get into the first topic. So the first topic, we're going to be doing some coding for about 60 minutes. Let's start the clock, and let me set up my environment before we jump into. Actually, wait. Before we do the Leetcode, we're going to be let's go ahead and do a Halloween challenge. We were taking a look at the Halloween challenges over at the Hack the Web website last time. And it turns out there were 2 extra challenges that we didn't get to. So we're going to be doing the Halloween Day challenge over here. And so if you don't have an account over at this website, you can log in using the demo account. So the demo account has username/password, demo/htw123, just like this. And what we're going to be doing first is we're going to be doing the Halloween challenge over here. And let's see what happened. Well, let's see what the challenge is. Whoa, that's a scary image. That was pretty scary. Hope everybody was okay with that. That is really annoying. So every time okay. Anyways, we've got a spammer in the chat. Let me go ahead and ban that person. I'm just gonna. Okay, it says the doorbell rings. Anyways, we're just gonna avoid. We're just going to avoid the challenge for just a second. Let's see. So we got our Hack the Web challenges over here, and let's go ahead and do the write-up for this. I'm thinking that I think I've got a pretty good sense for what this challenge is actually teaching us. But let's go over to the challenge here, and let's do our write-up first. So this is this link over here. So for each one of these challenges, we need to record a number of different things. So the URL is one of the things. The category it would fall under if we were doing it in a actual CTF competition. The concept we need to understand to finish the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so the category, well, let's go ahead and go to the challenge first. And where is it? It's here. So just so I don't need to, see the this what is it? This image over and over again. I'm going to download this image here so that you can take a look at it in a better environment. So I'm just going to copy the image link, and then we're going to go over to our terminal. In the terminal, we're just going to download this file so that we can observe it without having to jump scares over and over again. Okay, so now we can xdg open on the file, and then that's going to let us observe the file. So let's take a look here. So this is a leg, and it looks like this looks like Morse code to me. So there are 3 dots and then a dash and then 2 dots and then dot dash dot and then dash dot dot dot. So let me see if I can bring up something on a web app. So something like Morse code encoder. So Morse code translator. Okay, so I mean, if you want to take a look at this yourself, you could probably see it over here. But type text or Morse code using dots and dashes or underscores, using spaces between the letters and slash between the words. Type text or Morse code. The transcribed message appears here with the hashtag indicating an untranslatable character. Okay, so what is here? So it's 3 dots, right? So it's 3 dots. And then what is this? This is 1 dash. And then dot dot. And then dot dash dot. Dot dash dot. And the last one is dash dot dot dot. Dash dot dot dot. Sturb. I wonder if this is the answer. So we'll try copying this. We'll go over to the challenge again. Where is it over here? Paste it in, go. This is correct. Happy Halloween. Okay, so we managed to solve the challenge, and let's see. So the next morning, children stroll past your apartment's open door. There's no trace of you. A week later, you are reported missing, and after a year of no leads, the case is closed. I mean, it's kind of grim, but we managed to finish the Halloween challenge with a minimum of scares. So this is Morse code on this leg over here. We just need to translate it. So let's go ahead and do the write-up. And then afterwards, we can get started into our Leetcode. So this is well, I mean, it's probably, if this was in a CTF competition, it would probably be in the general category. The concept is Morse code. Guess we can make it capitalized here. And the method of solve, there is Morse code, dots and dashes on the image of the severed leg. So the message looks like this. And I guess we can put this between some, what is it? So this is dot 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 dash dot 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 dash dot 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 dash dot dash dot dot dot. Okay, and then we can recommend the web app for translating this. We can translate this message over at this website. Henry, hello, nice to see you. What is up? Okay, so we're just finishing up a little challenge here. Okay, and then what is the name of this challenge? So this is 352 Happy Halloween. Was that the name of the challenge? Let me check. Happy Halloween. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then we're finished. All right, yeah, so we managed to finish all of the Halloween challenges over at this website. If you're interested in doing this yourself, you can check out the website over here. It's called Hack the Web. It's a German website, but you can switch it over to English language when you log in. All right, let's do some Leetcode now. So Leetcode. So we've got some playgrounds. I think I've got some lists, my lists. And this is the list of problems that we're going to be solving inside of Leetcode. They're all easy problems. And if you want to take a look at the problems yourself, you can do that over here. You can solve these challenges along with us. And yeah, so all the challenges we're doing here are free. And let's see. Build array permutation, divisible and non-divisible sums difference. Find the maximum achievable number. Jewels and stones. Okay. So this sounds like some fun. So let's take a look at this problem here. Okay, here's the link, and let's set up our environment. So for our coding environment, we're going to have two windows. We're going to have a window where we do coding, and there's going to be another window where we do our running of the code. So we run the code in one window, and we write the code in another. All right. Okay, where's that other window? Where'd it go? Here it is. Henry says, all good, I just got back from university. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Yeah. Are you studying computer science at university right now, or is it another subject? All right, let's go ahead and what is this challenge called? It's called Jewels and Stones. So we'll just create a Python file. We'll call it jewels.py, and we'll run that using the nano program. Okay, so let's take a look at the challenge, and after we take a look at the challenge, we'll start our write-up. So it says you are given strings, jewels, representing the types of stones that are jewels, and stones representing the stones you have. Each character in stones is a type of stone you have. You want to know how many of the stones you have are also jewels. Letters are case sensitive, so lowercase a is considered different type of stone from uppercase a. So what exactly is going on here? So jewels equals a lowercase a capital A, and stones is equal to lowercase a capital A lowercase b b b b. Output is 3. Okay, so no, we're returning what? You're given strings, jewels representing the types of stones that are jewels. You want to know how many of the stones you have are also jewels. Okay, so jewels is this. So we're identifying like a pattern. So lowercase a and capital A are considered jewels. So if we have these stones, because we've got one A and two capital A's, that's considered 3, because these are the things that match what are called jewels. And in example 2, we've got jewels equals Z or Z, and stones equals ZZ. Output is 0 because there's no lowercase z. I mean, this seems pretty straightforward. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm just going to copy the class solution over here, and we're going to start creating our own code. And let me go ahead and do that. All right, so we got class solution is over here. And I'm not sure if we need to import anything right now. Henry says, in my country, it is known as systems engineering or software engineering. Oh, you go to school for software engineering. That's really interesting. What kind of programming language are you developing software using? Like, is it C or C++, or is it Java or some of the more modern languages? Please let me know. Okay, so before we start this, let's go ahead and start our write-up, because, you know, we really like doing write-ups because, well, we like to say that if we don't document it, it didn't happen. So let me go ahead and start the write-up. Okay, so we're going to be doing a walkthrough for Leetcode Easy, and this one is called what? This one's called 711 Jewels and Stones. Let's go ahead and copy the title. Okay, so for each one of these challenges, we're going to record a number of different things. The URL of the challenge, the concept we have to understand to finish the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. In this case, it's just the Python code. Okay, and what is the URL for the challenge? It's over here. Okay, the concept here, I think what we need to do is we just need to find all occurrences of a substring inside of a string. Jason IT Solution says close to here's now close to 2 years. 2 years. Finished when left my home country. It's not easy outside. Close to 2 years. Okay, no worries, no worries. Henry says we use C and C++ most of the time. Recently, we have been taught mobile software with Kotlin. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, I hope you're having a lot of fun developing software. Okay, so let's go ahead, find all occurrences of a substring inside a string, and I guess we'll also record the description from Leetcode. So the description is over here. Let's copy it. Okay. Just paste this in here. All right, so let's go ahead and write the code. This should be pretty easy. Okay, no worries. So what are we doing? So let's just call solve equals something in the solution class. So we're creating a subject, or we're creating a something that can solve the problem. So an object inside of this solution class here, and then run equals num jewels in stones. Num jewel in stones, and we need to create a little. So jewels equals a string, stones is equal to another string, and then it will return an integer. Okay, so I guess what we need to do is we need to create a jewels jewel string, and we need to create a stone string. need to spell everything correctly as well, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, so jewel string, stone string. We'll just set this equal to the first example. So the first example in the looks like this. So jewels is equal to capital A and lowercase a and capital A, and then stones is equal to this other string. So let's go ahead and define that. Okay, and stones is equal to this thing. Copy that. And let me let me resume the music. Oh, that's kind of loud. Just so we have a little bit of music while we solve these challenges here. Stone string is this. Okay, so solution equals solve. Solve equals solution. Run equals num jewels. Well, solve dot num jewels in stones with jewels equal to jewel string, and stones equal to stone underscore string. Okay, so I think that's all we need for this here, right? Okay. So all we need to do is do the identification. So for I in okay, so we should probably set up a integer which is called num jewels. So number of jewels, and we'll set it to 0. And for Jason IT Solution says, how many hours do you sleep? That's kind of a personal question, but it's fine, I guess, in this case. I don't sleep as much as I should. I usually get around 5 hours or 6 hours of sleep a night. So 5 or 6. So for I in stone string, for I in stones, we need to do something. The other thing we need to do is we need to split up the jewel string. We need to split up the jewels into a list. So jewel list equals jewels. This is going to be a string, so it's going to be jewels dot split. And so first of all, I just want to make sure. Well, let's go ahead and comment this out. Jason IT Solution says, I sleep 8 hours, but during the day. Oh, okay. So you're awake at night. Why are you awake at night? Okay, so first of all, we're just going to print out the jewel list, just to make sure that we create the list correctly. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this out, and then let's run jewels.py. Okay, so it didn't split. It turned it into a list, but it didn't split it up. Let's go ahead and Google really quick. Python split string into lists by each character. So it's probably not going to be split. It's going to be something else. So using lists So this would be HELL. This is what we want. Okay, so list my string. So we just need to use the list function in this case. Let's do that then. So it's just list with joules. Okay, we'll write that out and then we'll run the thing again. So we got A and then A. Okay, this is good. So we just need to split the string into a list, and then we need to check to see if there are any of these in the stones string. So for I in stones, so we don't need this anymore. We'll just get rid of it. Lord of the Fries, hello, nice to see you here. Happy Halloween, what is up? So for I in stones, we need to do something. So for I in stones, if I in joule list, then do something. What are we going to do? So if I in joule list, then num of joules plus equals 1. Okay, and all we need to do for I in stones, if I in joule list, the number of joules equal to plus equals 1, the last thing the function is going to do is just return num of joules. I think this is all we need to do, but let's go ahead and run the script and find out. Okay, so this returns the correct number of joules, in this case 3, and I think this should be an appropriate solution for this problem. Okay, so let's copy the solution, and then we'll test it over at Leetcode. Okay, where are we? Here. So we're just going to delete the initial solution and then paste in our solution here. Okay, and let's run the code. Invalid syntax. What? Invalid syntax on line 2? Oh, okay, I think we need to... Self joules equals string, stones equals string. Yeah, okay, let's do this again. Run. Runtime error, invalid syntax. What is the deal? I'm not sure if you can spot what the syntax error is actually referring to here. Let us know. Run. Invalid syntax. You know what? Okay. So I'm just gonna give this to the AI. Maybe the AI can spot where the issue is. Okay. So what's wrong? What's wrong with this class code in Python? I think this is a pretty good use for the AI. We'll see if it, well, okay. Oh, I see the problem. Well, when I copied and pasted from Nano over here, it included these numbers. Yeah, we just need to delete the numbers. Okay. Indentation? No, no, no. It's because we've got these numbers over here from copying and pasting from Nano. Okay, let's run it again. Okay, accepted. Case 1 accepted. Yeah, you have to have a you have to have a sharp eye. I managed to spot it when I passed it over to the AI over here, and I saw that we've got these numbers in here. So that's a no-no. I need to keep this in mind whenever we're copying and pasting from the text editor. Where are we? Okay, so case 1 accepted, case 2 accepted. All right, let's submit this solution and see what happens. Should appear in here. Accepted, beats 100%. Okay, so the complexity was good. The memory that's being used, not so good. But you know what? We're not here to optimize. We're just here to create code that works. But Chris Gonzalez, thank you. Thank you very much for coming by the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Hope you're having a great Halloween. Okay, so this one's done, and that means we can submit. Well, we can just get the code over here, and we'll just copy it over to our solution. Okay, so where are we? Here. All right, so we'll just paste in our Python code into our write-up. And that's it. Commit those changes. The turnip. I always find that Leetcode is much harder than any code you would write for a real application. I mean, I guess the point of Leetcode is to challenge people. I mean, we're doing the easy challenges over here. They're not so difficult at this level, but I can see what you're talking about. Some of the Leetcode challenges can be very, very difficult. It is good for problem solving though, and the thought process. Yeah, this is what we're doing. We're trying to get better at writing some small code snippets. All right, so this one's done. Let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge, we've got a big list. How about, richest customer wealth. This seems like it would be really easy as well, but let's take a look at the challenge. If these are easy challenges, then we'll be able to finish them really quick and then move on to the next thing. Okay, so richest customer wealth, huh? Let me copy this. We'll start our write-up, and then we'll see what's going on with the challenge. Add, create new file. Richest customer wealth. Okay. So we need the URL of the challenge, the challenge description, the concept for solving the challenge, and the code itself. Okay. So getting the URL, pretty easy. Let's go ahead and do that. And you know what? It seems like I've run out of music. Let's play some more music. How about this playlist here? Okay, so what is the challenge description? Let's take a look. So you're given an MXN integer grid. MXN integer grid accounts, where accounts IJ is the amount of money the iterationth customer has in the J bank. Return the wealth that the richest customer has. Okay, well, I guess it's not as easy as I thought it was going to be. A customer's wealth is the amount of money they have in all of their bank accounts. the richest customer is the customer that has the maximum wealth. Okay, so if we got what's going on here? So accounts equals a list. So this is a list within a list. So we got two lists inside this list with 1, 2, 3 and 3, 2, 1 respectively. So the first thing is you're given an MXN integer grid accounts. So I guess this is M and then X and then N. Accounts IJ is the amount of money of the ith customer. I'm having a slight problem trying to figure out what all of these variables mean. MXN integer grid. So accounts equals to a list within a list, or a list of lists. So the first customer has wealth 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. So, I mean, we just add up the numbers, right? We just need to add up all the numbers in the list. So this is 6, and the second customer has wealth 6. Both customers are considered the richest with this wealth of 6 each, so return 6. So we're not returning, we're returning the actual number. Okay, and so for the second example, we got 3 customers in the list. So 1 and 5, so that's 6, there's 10, and there's 8. So first customer has a wealth of 6, second customer has a wealth of 10. The second customer is richest with a wealth of 10. Okay? Output 17. So we're just outputting the total numbers. So okay, so it's I think this is, so this list of numbers output is added up to 17. So the answer is 17. So we just need to return the numbers. It doesn't seem that hard. Okay, let's get the description. So just copy that. We'll go over to our challenge and paste in the description here. And I mean, the concept in this case is we're just going to be summing up the all the numbers in different lists, returning the largest number. Okay, so how do we do this? Let's figure it out. So we've got our solution here. We're going to copy that. And then we're going to go over to the code window. Let's call this one richest. So nano-l richest.py. Okay, we're going to paste in the solution. And let's define how we're going to solve this. So solve equals an object in the solution class, and run equals solve.maximum wealth, because that's the function we're going to be running. So self accounts list integer. So accounts is, let's just call this test account. Test account is going to be a list within a list within a list. Well, we'll just give it whatever is in the example, the first example. So for the first example is here, this one. We'll just copy this value, paste it in. So this is a list with different stuff in it. This is just a list, 2 lists with numbers in it. And we'll just print this thing afterwards. Okay, so how are we going to define our function here? So the first thing we need to do is we need to get a richest, so richest account is equal to an integer. So richest value is equal to an integer. We'll just initially set it to 0. And all we need to do is we run a for loop. So for I, or for account in accounts. So each account is going to be the list. If the sum, so how do we, there's a function to add up all the numbers in a list, right? So Python sum numbers in lists. I'm sure there's a function that does this. So it's a sum function. So sum of numbers, and it will just give you the sum of the numbers. So just run if sum account. If the sum of the account is larger than richest value, is greater than, that's greater than, right? No, that's less than, greater than richest value. Happy Halloween, PicoCTF. Hello, nice to see you here. If anybody doesn't know, PicoCTF is a live streamer who also does InfoSec stuff, but she's way more funny than I am. Wow, there's an angry bird outside. But let's give a shout out to PicoCTF. So if you're interested in wacky hacking misadventures with VTubers, then please follow PicoCTF's stream. There you go. Yeah, so we're just doing some Leetcode stuff over here. I hope your Python skills are up to the task. So we're just writing up little solutions here. So for account and accounts, if sum of the account is greater than the richest value, then we need to replace it. So richest value equals sum of the account. Okay, and I think that's all we need to do. The last thing we need to do is just return the richest value. And yeah, I think this is all we need to do for this particular problem. So we're going to Python run richest unexpected indent. Oh, this is line 4. For account and accounts. Unexpected indent. Did I indent? No, I'm using all spaces here. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we forgot to do our colons and our indents here. So we need to make sure everything's indented properly. All right, let's run it again. Still says unexpected indent on line 4. Oh, yeah, no, wait. This shouldn't be indented. Yeah, okay. And this should also be indented the same number of spaces. So if you're doing 4 spaces for your indents, you need to make sure that every indent is 4 spaces. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Let's do it again. List, oh, okay. So we need to make sure that the capitalized L for list is not capitalized in this case. Okay, and let's try it again. Missing, oh, okay. So when we run the solve maximum wealth function here, we need to put in something. So we're just going to plug in the test account. So, or maybe account equals test account. All right. Type error solution, maximum wealth gotten, unexpected keyword argument, account. Did you mean accounts? What line is this? Line 12? Oh, okay, this is accounts with the S. So this is, well, I mean, it's really good that the debugger tells you which line the error occurs on so that you can easily refer to it and correct your errors. Okay, so we got 6. That is the expected answer, right? So output 6. Let's plug in this over here just so that we know that that it works for more than 2 accounts. Okay, we're just going to replace this and we're going to run it again. We got 10. I think that's the expected answer, 10, right? Awesome. So I think we're ready to go. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy our solution over to Leetcode. Leetcode, select everything, delete it, paste in the code, make sure that we get rid of these numbers, because last time we didn't, and last time we had a bad time. And what else we need to do is we need to make sure that the word list here is capitalized for some reason. Sick in the mind. Good evening. Nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing some Leetcode problems. So these aren't super difficult Leetcode problems, but you know what? We're just trying to sharpen up our Python coding skills. Okay, let's run the solution. Okay, accepted. So test case 1, test case 2, and test case 3, these are all good. So we just need to submit the solution and then we're finished. Okay, beats. Oh man, our complexity was it was a little bit too complex, and well, I mean, this is not an optimized solution, but the solution works. And that's all we can, well, what we really care about is we care about creating code that works. We can optimize later. Anyways, let's, so this one's done. Let's go ahead and get out of here. We'll print out the code. Okay, and then we'll go back to our solution, or our write-up rather. Paste in the code, and we're done. Okay, let's commit those changes. That's another challenge done. I think we've got time for at least one more. So let's go ahead and convert date to binary. Jewels and stones, convert date to binary, number of good pairs. Convert date to binary seems like it's something that might be relevant to something we're doing in cybersecurity. So I'll just give everybody the challenge here. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at the challenge description. So are you given a string date representing a Gregorian calendar date in the year, month, date format or day format? Date can be written in its binary representation obtained by converting year, month, and day to their binary representations without any leading zeros and writing them down in the year, month, day format. Return the binary representation of date. Okay, for example, we got 2080, February 29th. It is this. Okay? So it is one number dash another number dash another number. Okay, I think we can do this. Constraints date.length is always going to be equal to 10. Okay, so this is always 10. So these characters inside of date are going to be dashes, and all other date iterations are going to be digits. The input is generated such that the date represents a valid Gregorian calendar date between January 1st, 1900 and December 31st, 2100 inclusive. Okay, I think we can get started. So we're just going to create a walkthrough file for this because we are very ambitious and we expect we'll be able to complete this. Okay. So this is the name of the challenge. Okay, so we're going to record a number of things as usual. So the URL of the challenge, the challenge description, the concept we need to understand to finish the challenge, and the last one is the actual code. Okay, so first of all, we can get the URL for the challenge. Let's go ahead and do that. The challenge description, let's get that from the challenge itself. Just copy and paste this. The concept we need to understand is we need to conversion of decimal numbers to binary numbers. And we need to also do string formatting. And let's get the initial code. So the class solution up here, we're just going to copy this. And what is the challenge called? Convert date to binary. Convert to binary. How about we call this file date to binary.py. Okay, and it looks pretty straightforward. Okay, so solve, that's going to be an object in the solution class, and then we're going to be running solve dot convert date to binary using something. And then we're going to print run. Okay, so what is the example string? So the example string is date equals this thing. I'm just going to copy this. Test date is this. Okay, and then we'll run solve convert date to binary with test date. Okay, so what are we doing inside of our function then? Convert date to binary. We need to grab the three numbers. We need to grab the three numbers first and then isolate them. So we need to do date list. Date list equals date.split. Date.split by the split the date into a list by the dashes. So just to make sure that this worked, I'm just going to print this out. Okay, and then we're going to run the code. Actually, before we, we can date to binary. So we got 2080, we got 02, and we got 29. So this is what we want. We want a list with each one of these, and then we need to define these. So year equals, and then month equals, and then day equals. And these are going to be date lists. Let me copy that. I'm going to be doing this over and over again. So these are all going to be date lists, different elements. So the year is going to be date list 0. It's the first thing in the list. Then the month is the second one, and then the day is the third element. Okay, and so these are also strings. So in order to do the conversion, we need to make sure that these are interpreted as integers, otherwise they're not going to convert properly. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to specify that these are integers by using the integer function here. And we're just going to print out the type for date, year, month, and day. Just to make sure. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch right now. When we run ads on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. Let me go ahead and do that. Just a second. I'm juggling a bunch of windows. Okay, so everybody in YouTube gets an ad, and I'm just going to put on the birds and have a little water break. So enjoy these birds. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the programming. What are we doing here? So we're just trying to figure out, we just need to confirm that these variables here, year, month, and day, are going to be integers. Because if they're not, we're going to have a problem. What is this? This is line 13. 13. Oh, what is this? One argument. Argument 1 must be string, not integer. Argument 1 must be, okay. Well, I guess type only expects one argument, so let's just do year. So if year comes out as integer, then everything's okay. So this is an integer, that's great. That's what we wanted. So from here, let's complete the code. Okay, so we just need to do the conversion. So we'll do binary year, binary month, binary, and binary day. These are going to be the numbers converted. And how do we convert one thing to another in Python? I swear I could have done this before. Okay, convert decimal number to binary in Python. Okay, using the built-in bin function. So bin So the only issue with this is it's going to prefix the number with the 0b, which we don't want. But but the AI gives us a very nice solution here. So bin decimal number, yeah. So this is all we need to do here. So we do bin year, we do bin month, and we do bin day. And let's see. I guess we can also format these as well. Can we format them in place? To remove the 0b suffix, okay, so binary string 2 colon. So 2 colon. I guess we can't do it in place. Formatted, we'll call this formatted year and then month and then year, month, and day. Formatted month, formatted day. So if you think the stuff in the code is a bit verbose, it's just I'm just trying to make sure that everything's organized okay, and that nothing that I'm writing can be misinterpreted, because that would be, well, I just want to make sure everything's clear. So formatted year equals binary year, like this. Binary month and binary day. So the last thing I want to figure out is, well, I mean, if these are strings or not. They shouldn't be strings. These should be would they be considered bytes? That's something I want to know. So I want to know what the type is for these formatted things. Type, let's do an F string. So we're just going to do the F string. Okay, we're going to go for another 5 minutes. Hopefully we can get this done in 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes start. What do we want to know? So the formatted year is, and then include the thing. And I guess we'll print another message as well. Just a second. We want the type for formatted year. Okay, so I think, let's run the thing. So the formatted year is this. So this is a string. Okay, well, I mean, we want this to be a string. So this is good. All we need to do now is return something. So we just need to return with an F string the 3 elements. So formatted year, formatted month, and formatted day. And in the middle here we can include our dashes. Yeah. Okay, we can also leave out this line because we don't need this. Okay, let's run. Yeah. This is good. We just need to, this has to be a string. This is not gonna, this has to be a string that that they want us to return. Let's go over and take a look at the challenge. Return the binary representation of date. Okay, so the output should be a string. I mean, it looks like a string anyways. All right, so in this case, Let's try submitting the solution. Just copy all this. And then we're going to go over to the code window. With our solution, we're going to make sure that we delete these numbers. Where are they? Okay, I think this should be all right. Let's run the code. Runtime error. Unindent does not match any other indentation level. So this is line 10. What's going on in line 10? Oh. Let's run it again. Now we've got this line. What's wrong with this line again? It looks like just a second. I want to make sure that everything's on the screen. Okay. So I'm just going to get rid of this line. This is line 13, right? Let's go back to our code. Oh, line 13. Yeah. This got chopped off when we, okay. This is what we want here. Let's just copy it. Go back, paste in the code, and then run the solution. Okay, this is accepted. Case 1 is accepted. Case 2 is accepted. Let's go ahead and submit this as our answer. Okay, so runtime beats 100%. Well, I guess even though everything is a bit verbose here, it's still okay code, apparently. All right. Well, we're done. Let's go ahead and record the code, and then we can move on to the next part of the stream. Okay. All right. Let's commit those changes. We're done. Everybody, we're going to be doing some Leetcode every Friday. So if you're interested in learning sharpening up your code along with us, please come on back next Friday. But without further ado, let's move into the next part of today's stream. We're going to be doing some digital forensic stuff. Let me put 60 minutes on the clock, and then we can start. Okay. So everybody, if you do not have an account over at tryhackme.com, we're going to be using that website to do our exercise today. So this is the website here. If you want to join along with us, you're welcome to log into your account and get started. But yeah, let's talk about what we're doing today. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're doing digital forensics network traffic. So this is part 1 of network traffic. We're going to be doing another one talking about network traffic after we learn about Wireshark today. Lots of fun. So hey there, HackerFrogs. This is the 3rd Intro to Digital Forensics workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following digital forensics concepts. So I'll just pause the music for right now because this is the education topic. We learned about steganography. Steganography is the process of hiding information in another medium. For example, hiding a hidden message in a picture. When dealing with digital files, steganography can be used to embed files or messages into different media files like pictures, videos, and audio files. StegHide is a program which can be used to embed files into certain types of picture and audio files, but there are other steganography programs as well. Embedding files with StegHide can use password protection for added security. So in this workshop, what are we going to be talking about? We're going to be talking about network logs, we're going to be talking about packet capture files, and we're going to be talking about Wireshark, which is the most popular program for looking at these network log files. So let's talk about this network traffic. So this workshop's topic is computer networking log forensics. And anytime a network device sends data from one device to another, network traffic is generated as network packets are sent back and forth between the two devices. So what is a network device? Any device that connects to a computer network, for example, PCs, phones, tablets, cars, other IoT devices, these are all considered network devices as far as generating network traffic is concerned. Network packets and traffic. So network packets contain a number of elements such as the source and destination. So this is going to be the network addresses of both the source and the destination devices. In most cases, we're talking about the IP address. So the IP addresses are over here, source and destination. It goes from this IP address to this IP address. These represent devices, and these are the subject of the traffic. So inside of network traffic, the payload is the actual data that's being sent. In the case of HTTP traffic, which is web traffic, the actual HTTP code is the payload that's being sent over the network. We also have header info, and this is essential data for routing and processing packets. So let's see. So right here, we've got headers for Ethernet 2, we've got destination headers, we've got source headers, and these are all subcategories. They basically talk about the different data that's being sent back and forth. We also have protocol info depending on the type of data packet. For example, TCP packets, UDP packets, HTTP packets. Protocol-specific data can be included in that packet. So for example, we got HTTP data that's being sent, and it has a bunch of HTTP headers that are sent as part of the payload. Okay, so when we do investigation on these for network traffic, the types of files that are generated are generally called PCAP files. So files which contain a collection of network traffic are called packet capture or PCAP files. And one specialty of digital forensics is the analysis of network traffic and these PCAP files. So we're going to be using the Wireshark program, and Wireshark is a program which is widely used for network traffic analysis, and we're going to be learning how to use it to analyze PCAP files. So in order to learn about Wireshark, we're going to be celebrating Christmas a little bit early. And we'll learn Wireshark through an interactive module on the TryHackMe website. And this is actually an Advent event for one of the previous years, one of the previous Christmases, or the previous Decembers, I guess, on tryhackme.com. So let me go ahead and grab the link, copy that. Ooh, why does it? I didn't want to do that. Okay, so all of the links that we're going to be using today can be found over, let me get rid of some of these tabs because we're not using them anymore, over here. So all of the links for the websites and the challenges we're going to be looking at today are going to be over here. And the first link that we're going to access is this one over at TryHackMe. You need to be logged in order to access this module. It's called Advent of Cyber 3. I think this was for 2021. It was a while ago. Okay, so let me show you what it looks like when you first arrive here. So I'm just going to leave the room. I'll demonstrate what it looks like when you come onto this page fresh. So when you arrive at this page, you need to click on the Join Room button before we can access anything in the room. So the first thing you want to do is you want to click on the green Join Room button. And then what we want to do is, let's see, where's my, okay, we'd want to access day 9 from this particular module. So in the Try Hack Me room, we're going to look for day number 9, which is over here. So it's task number 14. And actually, before we do this, I need to reset my progress so that I don't reveal the flag too early. Reset progress. Okay, so I think we're looking for task number 14. Yeah. So what I want you to do is I want you to click on task number 14. And what I want you to do is, after that, there's no virtual machine that we're going to be using. We're not going to access a virtual machine. In this case, we're going to be accessing some log files, and the log files are on the attack box for Try Hack Me. And the attack box, you can access that. It's a virtual machine that has a bunch of cybersecurity tools. You go up to the top of your Try Hack Me page, and then you click on Start Attack Box. So just click on that button. It's going to be located beneath this icon here, which looks like a cloud with a Santa hat. So click on Start Attack Box. That's going to start up the virtual machine that we're going to be interacting with. Okay, so we've got just 2 minutes. The machine is going to come online in 2 minutes. But before we access the attack box, let me talk about what we're going to be talking about today. So we're going to be talking about networking basics. So I'm not sure if everybody is familiar with the basics of computer networking, but we're just going to do a quick recap because this is going to become relevant when we start looking at Wireshark. So we're going to talk about networking basics, and we're going to be talking about the OSI model. Before we dive into how to use Wireshark, let's review the OSI model, which Wireshark uses to organize PCAP contents. So OSI, it's a very well-known concept inside of computer networking. So the OSI model is a system for organizing computer networking data into abstract layers. So there are 7 layers in the OSI model. We've got layer 1, the physical layer, layer 2, the data link, layer 3, the network, layer 4, the transport layer 5, the session layer, the presentation layer, and the application layer. Void Packet, hello! Really enjoy your live streams, but the timing is not suitable for me. It's 12:20 a.m. in my country. You must be in Europe. Yeah. Are you in Europe or another place? But Void Packet, yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, and hopefully you can EU gang, says Panico Banco. Yeah, I hope your sleep schedules are okay. If you need to go and go to sleep, then please prioritize your health over watching the live stream. Thank you. Okay, so we got our different layers. We're going to be talking about what the layers represent right now. So OSI layer 1 is the physical layer, which represents the physical connection between devices and the sending and receiving of raw data bits over a physical medium. So when we talk about layer 1, we're talking about the cables, and all of the electronic pulses and stuff like that. Void Packet says Morocco, not EU. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. My sleep schedule is good. Today I'm making an exception. To everybody who is overseas, how was your Halloween? It's Halloween over here right now, but it's probably not Halloween anymore where you are. Okay, examples of things that transmit data over the OSI layer 1 include cables, connectors, and network interface cards, and modems. So this is OSI layer 1. OSI layer 2 is the data link layer, which provides reliable communication between directly connected nodes on a network. Data transferred over the data link layer are called frames. Okay, so examples of things that transmit data over OSI layer 2 include Ethernet switches, wireless access points, virtual LANs, and MAC addresses. So this is OSI layer 2. OSI layer 3 is the networking layer, which covers logical addressing, routing creation, and forwarding of packets between devices across different networks. So data transmitted over the network layer are called packets. That's OSI layer 3. Examples of things that transmit data over OSI layer 3 are firewalls, IPv4, IPv6, ICMP, network address translation devices, and routers. We've got OSI layer 4, which is the transport layer, which handles end-to-end communication, error detection, correction, and flow control in a network. Data transmitted over the transport layer are called segments. So this is OSI layer 4. Examples of things that transmit data over OSI layer 4 are transmission control protocols, otherwise known as TCP, user datagram protocols, otherwise known as UDP, port numbers, multiplexing, and socket programming. Then we've got OSI layer 5, which is the session layer, which manages communication sessions and the orderly exchange of data between devices. Data transmitted over the session layer is called data units or session data. Examples of things that transmit data over OSI layer 5 are web browsers, web servers, remote desktop protocol, and network printing. Panico Funko, I didn't see your message. Priorities hacking, sleep is for the weak. Well, if you don't prioritize sleep, something bad eventually happens to you. So if you want to do some hacking of your biological systems, you need to get that sleep somehow. OSI layer 6 is the presentation layer and deals with encryption, character encoding, data compression, and format conversion. Data transmitted over the presentation layer is called data units or presentation data. Examples of things that transmit data over OSI layer 6 are media players, transport layer security protocols, TLS, file format converters, encoding libraries, and encryption-decryption software. And the final layer is the application layer. So OSI layer 7 is the application layer, which deals with end-to-end applications and offers a standardized interface for diverse apps across a network. Data transmitted over the application layer is called application data or messages. Examples of things that transmit data over OSI layer 7 are web browsers, HTTP, email clients, messaging apps, DNS, and database management systems or DBMSs. So as far as Wireshark and the OSI model is concerned, the Wireshark packet details, this pane, we're going to be taking a look at this in just a second. It organizes its expandable tabs according to OSI layers. So note that not all packets will contain layers in a sequence, but most of the time, the packets are going to contain data for OSI layers 1, 2, and 3 at the very least. Okay, so let's go ahead and go over to TryHackMe. And in the TryHackMe terminal, our attack box should have started. So if you're following along and your attack box is online, let us know in the chat. Type in attack box up and some smiley faces. There you go. Okay, so just click into the terminal here and hit the enter button, and that's going to dismiss the terminal. So the other thing we want to do is we want to open up the attack box terminal in full screen. Well, full browser screen at least. So we can do that by going over to the center of the screen, then going down. There's this button over here. It's labeled view in full screen. It's in the middle at the bottom here. So click on that. And that's going to open up your attack box terminal, or the desktop rather, in full screen. This is what we want. So after that, we're going to have to open up our file. And let me take a look at where that is. Okay, so in the attacks, so it's over here. So accessing the TryHackMe attack box and opening up the PCAP file in Wireshark, we're looking at step 4 right now. So in the attack box desktop, click on the following folders in order: roots home, rooms, AOC3, day 9, AO3.pcap. So let's go ahead and do that. So root's home, and then hold on. Root's home, and then rooms AOC3. Rooms AOC3 day 9. 3D Code Warrior, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Nyan Cat? There you go. Okay, so this is the file path that we want to access over here, just in case this helps you out. And once we arrive at the day 9 folder over here, there's one file in here. It's labeled AOC3.pcap. So just double click on it, and it should open up the Wireshark program. Donna Mean says, do a tutorial on how to create a botnet. That sounds, that's not something I'm going to be doing a tutorial for anytime soon, because botnets are used to do, well, they're not generally used to do legal things, and we don't do anything illegal on our channel here. But welcome to the stream, Donna Mean. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. I'll run one on YouTube. We're just going to take a little break. So let's see. Let's put on the birds. So we had a lot of noisy birds outside earlier, but how about some woodpeckers? So these are my favorite woodpeckers right here. These are some fledglings, and we'll be back in, what is it? We'll be back in 60 seconds. Okay, let's get back to the hacking. We'll put the birds away. But yeah, we had some chat messages come in while the break was going on. Donamine says, I'm doing it for university, like a project. Oh, okay, okay. Well, personally, I've never created a botnet before, so I wouldn't know where to start as far as that is concerned. But let's see. The Black Zillion says, what topic is a good one to begin with for cybersecurity? I responded, there's a lot of specializations. There's depends on what really interests you. The most important thing about doing cybersecurity is that you do something that you're interested in. Because if you're doing stuff that bores you, you're not going to be able to pay attention for it too long. Let's see. Black Zillion says for red team, so you want to become a red team. You want to do a red team role eventually. So I would say I've got a bunch of links. Let me grab you the list of links. We have, let's see. So HackerFrogs, we got our education resources over here. And Black Zillion, let me know what background you have for technology. So are you familiar with computer networking? Have you ever done coding before? Let me know where you're starting from, and then I can give you some better advice. But yeah, if you want to take a look at the resources in general, you can find them over here. Anyways, let's go back to TryHackMe, and this is Wireshark. So the Wireshark window looks like this. Let me full screen this. Can we not full screen this? I guess this is as full screen as we can get. Okay, let's, well, if this is as full screen as we can get, let me make sure that this is, I think this is a little bit too big. Let me see if I can reduce the size of the window. We can, okay. So yeah, so this is what the Wireshark window looks like. We generally have 3 different windows we want to pay attention to. So this is the packet list window over here. This is the details list window over here, and this is the hex view over here. Sudo, please, says a channel with Leetcode. Yeah, we were doing Leetcode in the first hour of today's stream. If you want to see what we're doing with Leetcode, it was all very, very simple stuff. That was the first hour of today's stream. Blackzillion says, coding, yes, basics on networks. Okay, let me give you a starter pack. So there's a number of different playlists in there. If you eventually want to do network pen testing and red teaming, I would suggest you take a look at the last link on the list over there. So the 3rd and 4th link are going to be the ones that you want to look at. And CJ something something, I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name. Let me know how to do that. Welcome, and thank you very much for following on Twitch. Okay, Donamine says, for me, I started learning from OTV, THM. I don't know what OTV is in this context. THM by myself, okay. I want to learn over the wire, okay. Okay. And I want to learn to do red teaming later, so what's your advice? I have a programming background in C and JS and Python. Yeah, I mean, okay. So if you want to eventually get into networking stuff, what I would suggest is go over to the computer networking resources over here and make sure you have these covered, because computer networking is very important when you're doing networking hacking. And afterwards, go over to the network hacking resources over here and check out the links here as well. Anyways, let's get back to what we were doing over here. So this is Wireshark, and let's talk about the different windows in the presentation. Okay, so the display filter is over here, and the display filter is an important tool for managing large number of packets and can be fine-tuned to display only packets with specific properties. So this is at the top of the Wireshark interface here, and this is the filter here. We can start typing in here to limit the number of packets that we see. This particular packet file doesn't have, let's see, how many packets does it have? So the other thing, we can see the number of packets that are being displayed. Hold on. Oops. Let me resize the window over here. We can't make this any smaller. That's unfortunate. I think what we can do is, can I make this, let me try making the entire interface smaller. Okay, that doesn't really help us. Okay. But yeah, usually these packets, you can tell what the packets are numbered as well. So if you go up to the top of the packet capture, you can see that the first packet is here. And if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see the total number of packets in this packet capture is 5,208. And every packet has all the information, well, as much information as you want to get. In this case, in the list, it's displaying the time, the source IP address, the destination IP address, the protocol that's being used, the length of the packet, and the info inside the packet as well. So this is the list over here. that you can navigate through. The other thing that we can take a look at is we can take a look at any of the details for this particular packet in the details pane here. So the details pane is the one on the lower left, and we can just go through and these tabs, and these tabs are organized in the OSI layer format. So this is layer 1, this is layer 2, this is probably not layer 3, but generally at least layer 1 and layer 2, this information is going to be displayed. Internet Protocol, what layer is that on? Is that layer 3 or is it layer 4? I don't remember right now. But yeah, so all the pertinent information for these particular layers can be found on the details pane here. And in the case of Internet Protocol, you can also see the headers. So headers, hop limit, source address, destination address, all this stuff. You can burrow down, you can dig down into this information as well. 8-Bit Boy says transport layer, I think. Transport layer is, is that layer number 4? Hold on. Layer 4 is transport layer. So TCP, UDP, this is layer 4 stuff. Okay, so let's see. We're talking about display filter. So the display filter over here, you can use it to refine the types of packets that you see. So for example, if you just type in HTTP, then only packets that are part of the HTTP protocol will be displayed. This is very important because if you don't filter your display, then you're going to see all of the packets, and all of the packets, it's usually not something you want to deal with. You want to deal with very, very specific packets depending on the type of information you're looking for inside of Wireshark. So let's see, what else do we have? Packet comments. Okay, so packet comments are a way for analysts to attach notes to specific packets, and the keyboard shortcut for packet comments is Control-Alt-C. So if we go into any one of these packets, say that we've got this packet here, number, I don't know, 755, and we want to mark it so that we can come back to it later. We can leave a little comment with it. So it's Control-Alt-C, apparently, and we can add a comment to this particular packet. Void Packet asks if you don't mind me asking how long you've been hacking. So I've been working on, I started learning about cybersecurity back in 2020, right after the lockdown started. So it's been not quite 5 years, but coming up on 5 years. Okay, so add packet comment. So HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. This is my comment over here, and we can quickly review packets that have a comment. Okay, where are we? We can also filter packets by only those containing comments with the display filter packet_comment. So packet_comment, let's go ahead and do that. So say we lose track of our packets here, and we want to get just the one that has the packet comment. So PKT_comment, and only one packet returns. So this is a good thing to keep track of if we want to mark specific packets for further investigation. So there we go. What else are we doing? Okay, so let's go ahead and solve the room that we're dealing with in TryHackMe. So in TryHackMe here, we can actually dismiss this. After we've full screened our virtual machine, our TryHackMe attack box, just need to wait for this to continue to connect. We can close this out. We can close out the split view here. just go down to the bottom of the screen and select this button over here. It looks like a minus. It's called Exit Split View. So just click on that, and then we can get our full screen Try Hack Me page again. So we're looking at task number 14. Okay, so we're just going to, if you want to, you can go through all of the what is it called? All of the task description stuff in inside of here. And if you're really interested in it, you can go ahead and do that. But what we're trying to do in this particular workshop is we're just trying to figure out how to finish this exercise. So there's a lot of really good information here if you want to learn more about Wireshark. Okay, and let me take a look at my guide here. Okay, so part 2 is inspecting the HTTP packets to answer the first question. So let's see. Click on the display filter search bar and then type in HTTP request method equals get to filter out all the packets except for the HTTP get requests. So the filter is very, very important for trying to figure out the contents of specific packets. So I'm just gonna put this in my clipboard. And the other annoying thing about dealing with the attack box is that you can't copy and paste directly. You need to use the clipboard inside of the attack box. So you can access it by clicking on this button here, and then click on the clipboard button. And then from the clipboard, you can paste or copy whatever contents you want. And in this case, we're just going to apply this filter to the display. So after we type it in, hit enter, and you're going to notice that the only packets that appear in the list are packets that have the HTTP method get or the get method. So the get method is the default method we send whenever we try to retrieve information from a web page. We got get login.php, all these different requests. There's a lot fewer packets that we're dealing with in this case. And let's see what we need to answer for this first question here. Let's go down to the bottom. Okay, so in the HTTP GET request section, which directory is found on the web server? Which directory is found on the web server? Okay, so let's take a look. So the web server, we see a bunch of different endpoints over here in the info, and it looks like we're mostly dealing with the login endpoint. We got a login endpoint, we got an admin endpoint. I wonder which one they're looking for in this case. So the answer could be login, or the answer could be admin, or let's see. Let's plug in a couple of answers and see what is the correct one. Which directory is found on the web server? So this is login. Okay, that's it. All right, let's solve the second question. So the second question is, what is the username password used in the login page in the HTTP post section? Okay, so we're talking about we're talking about a different method in this case. So post is the HTTP method that you send to the web server when you're trying to send information. So in this case, we're sending login information, and we can filter everything out by the post method. We just need to go back up here into the display filter and replace the word get with post, and then hit enter. And then we've got a very limited number of packets. And what is it looking for? What is the username and password? Okay. So username and password. If we take a look at the packet contents over here, they're going to be in the hexadecimal view. So the hexadecimal view of the packet, it's on the lower right-hand side. And in this case, Well, let's take a look at the HTTP form URL encoded over here. So just click on that and form item username and then form item password. So this is the data that's being sent as part of the form. This is the HTTP information here. And in this case, we can see that the username and password is McSkitty and Christmas 2021 exclamation point. Let's provide these as the answer. So McSkitty, what was it? Christmas 2021 exclamation point. Okay, and then submit as the answer. Done, great. Okay, the next question is, what is the user agent's name that has been sent in the HTTP2 post section? Oh, they're talking about the second packet, huh? So HTTP2 post. So user agent name, great. Go back here. So it looks like we're looking at the second packet here. So here's the first packet, here's the second packet. And they're looking for the user agent. Okay, and we can see this should be part of the HTTP protocol here. So you just click on this, and we've got the different headers. These are different HTTP headers. And in this case, we got the user agent header, which is the type of device that is being used to access the, to make the request. In this case, we got try hack me user agent, and we got a flag. I guess we need to submit the flag. So we're just going to right click and then select copy. Copy, let's do copy all visible items. Or what else could we do? Copy value. So copy value, and then we can go over to our clipboard. In the clipboard, this is the value here. We need to highlight it and then copy it again. Then go back to try hack me, and we're going to paste in the entire thing. I hope this is the correct one. Click on submit. Okay, that was it. Great. Okay, next. So in the DNS section, there's a text DNS query. What is the flag in the message of the DNS query? In the DNS section, there's a text DNS query. So we're talking about a different protocol in this case. So we're looking for DNS. We can probably filter everything by the DNS protocol. And let's go back. So let's see. DNS. Okay, click on DNS and then hit enter. And this will only return packets that are part of the DNS protocol. What are we looking for? In the DNS section, there's a text DNS query. What is the flag in the message? Okay, so we're looking for text DNS, TXT. Okay, so I think in the info here, we can drag these windows around to make sure that we've got the maximum amount of information being displayed. Okay, so we've got text TXT packet. Okay, this looks like it. Click on it, and let's see. So packet dot, well, this also says TXT. There's a couple of things that qualify here. And it looks like we got something down at the bottom. So inside of the hex view. So the hex view, these are all of the bytes that are being sent in the packet in hexadecimal form. So when the bytes also represent printable information, it'll be printed over on the right-hand side of the screen. So AOC3 is awesome. THM, well, we've got a flag. So we can just right-click, select, what is it? Right-click, copy bytes as ASCII text. Okay, so ASCII text is regular old computer text. And then we can go over to our clipboard. You can paste it in. Okay, so I think, well, we don't need to copy all of this. We only need to copy the flag. So just highlight the flag and then copy that. Then we'll go back to the Try Hack Me page. And this is what we're looking for. Okay, all right, let's do the next part. So in the FTP section, what is the FTP login password? So we're talking about a different protocol in this case. It's the FTP protocol, and we can filter by the FTP packets pretty easily using the display filter. So we're just going to go over here. We can release this particular filter for DNS by going over to here and clicking on the X button by the filter. Okay, so after that's done, we get all of our packets back, and we're just going to filter by FTP. So FTP is the protocol. Click on it, and then hit enter. And then we only get packets that are part of the FTP protocol. And what are we looking for? What's the FTP login password? So we need to find the FTP packet that was used to send the login information. So back here, so it looks like, please specify the password. Please specify the password. Where is it? Here. So request pass try hack me. So this is it. Click on here. Request command pass request argument try hack me. So we can just click into here in the, what is it called? The details view. Right click, select copy value. So the value of whatever it is, copy it, go back to the clipboard and copy that value. Go back to the Try Hack Me page. What is the FTP login password? It is this one. Submit that. Okay. So it says in the FTP section, what is the FTP command used to upload the secret.txt file? So we're still taking a look at FTP. We're looking for an FTP command that has something to do with secret.txt. Okay, let's go back. And there, well, we've got secret.txt here. We see it in the info. The good thing is that we don't have too many packets to look at as far as these FTP packets are concerned. So we can just click on secret.txt, and we see here that there's a command. There's a command that's being used, and the command is stor store, and that is going to let you upload things. 8-Bit Boy says, one way I find it easy by choosing a single packet, right-clicking and following the TCP, UDP, or HTTP request. That's a very good way to do it. So this is how you would do that. So 8-Bit Boy was talking about following conversations. So you can click on one of these packets, and then you can right-click, and then you can select, what is it called? Follow conversation, or follow TCP stream in this case. So if you do that, then you get all of the requests that are sent between the two devices. So we see here, this is the server in blue, and the user or the client is in red. Okay, so we see here again that the secret.txt file was uploaded using the store command, stor. So that's the answer for the next question. Down here, stor, submit that. Okay, so the next question is, in the FTP section, what is the contents of the secret.txt file? So the contents of the secret.txt file, we're going to go back to the packet view. And let's find that secret.txt file again. So store secret.txt. Okay, so this is another thing we can do inside of Wireshark is if there are any files that are being transferred in these packets, we can look for those files. So we can go to File, I think it's Export Objects. So we go to File and then Export Objects, and then we go to FTP Data because the FTP protocol was being used to move the file around. And we see here that after we click on that, we see that we've got the secret.txt file. So we can click on it, and then we can save this file. So it'll save the contents of the file to our desktop. Or can we just double click on it? Save. Okay, so we can save the file, secret.txt. We'll save it to the desktop. Click on desktop, click on save. Okay, so we're just gonna minimize this for a second. We got the secret.txt file, we can open it up. And we got AOC flag. Well, I mean, let's just copy the entire thing. And then we can copy it from the clipboard, go back to try hack me. Okay, so it looks like they're not looking for the whole thing. They're looking for just this part. Okay, and then click on submit. Okay, what's next? Is that it? Was that the, okay, this was the last one. All right, so today what we were doing is we were just investigating packets using Wireshark over here, and there's a lot you can do with Wireshark. We just scratched the surface over here. Generally, what you want to do is you want to be able to limit the type of information you're looking at to very specific types of packets. So, for example, if you want to look for HTTP packets or just post requests are a good thing to look at because they can include usernames and passwords. And well, if they're part of the regular HTTP protocol, anyways. Cyber Rat, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And yeah, let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, but yeah, so another thing that we can do to understand what's going on between a server and a client and a server is to click on one of these HTTP requests. So for example, this one over here, /login welcome.php, and then we would right click on it and select copy HTTP, follow HTTP stream. This will let us see all of the requests and responses sent between the server and the client. And you can occasionally get some really good information from this. So of course, you're also going to see a lot of HTTP code because that's just what is being sent back and forth. But we can also search inside of here. So if we wanted to look for username, we might be able to find some interesting information. And the other thing we can do is we can take a look at different data streams as well. So streams are basically different conversations that are taking place between different servers and clients. So we got over here, we got stream number 8, stream 7. Oh, this is good. So over here, this is a login request. So the login request is being sent to login.php, and they send a username and password. So when you're dealing, the reason why we don't use HTTP by itself anymore, we use HTTPS. And the reason why we don't use HTTP is because HTTP is not encrypted. So if you send usernames and passwords over HTTP, somebody manages to get the packet capture, your password and your username and password are exposed. So that's why it's a very it's a very bad idea to send sensitive information over regular HTTP. Okay, but anyways, I think we can wrap up the lesson and then move on to the next topic. All right, let's go over to here. Let's review the digital forensics concepts we learned in today's workshop. Network traffic. Anytime a network device sends data from one device to another, network traffic is generated as network packets are sent back and forth. So files which contain a collection of network traffic are called packet capture or PCAP files, and one specialty of digital forensics is the analysis of network traffic and PCAP files. Wireshark is a program which is widely used for network traffic analysis, and we'll be using it to analyze PCAP files. So what's next? In the next digital forensics workshop, we'll practice more network traffic analysis with the TryHackMe platform. So we learned a little bit about how to use Wireshark today, but we'll be continuing on in the next stream, which is on Monday. Yeah, so today's Friday, next stream is on Monday. And we'll be practicing how to investigate PCAP files, find those packets, all the juicy information in the next stream. All right, so that's the end of this HackerFrogs After School, and let's move on to the next portion of the stream. So if you want to, if you found it was a little bit difficult following what was going on today, we've got all of the steps for answering the questions over in this GitHub file over here. And you can go ahead and revisit this and go over it at your own leisurely pace if you want to. All right, let's get out of here. We're going to be doing, what are we doing next? So the next thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a demonstration. Okay. Oh, let me put on the music then. We'll put 60 minutes on the clock. It's probably not going to take us 60 minutes to do this demonstration. It's just that I like to have the timer going while we do our stuff so that it seems like we're making progress. Okay, so the challenge that we're going to be doing today is going to be on the PicoCTF platform. If you don't have an account over there, I highly recommend that you create one, because it's one of the most well-known and well-documented CTF platforms. If you have problems with any challenges from the PicoCTF events, lots of people have documented how to solve these challenges. So it's very easy to get help. Okay, so before we start, what I want you to do is I want you to log into PicoCTF. We're going to be using the web shell to solve this challenge because not everybody has access to like a Linux machine that we're using here. And I want everybody to be able to solve the challenges along with us. So we're going to be using the web shell. After you have logged into PicoCTF, click on the practice button over here, and then you're going to see the web shell button on the right-hand side of the screen. When you click on the web shell button, it's going to open up a Linux terminal. So this Linux machine here that we all have access to, it has most of the tools that we need to solve all the challenges on PicoCTF. So after you've opened up the web shell, we want to put this in full screen. Speaking of full screen, let me get rid of these TryHackMe pages that we're not using. Okay, so PicoCTF, we got the web shell. We want to make it big. We can go up to the top of the web shell, and then over to the right, there's a button that looks like an arrow coming out of a square, and it's labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. Click on that, and then we're going to see our web shell appear in a separate browser tab. This is what we want. Okay, so we're going to be solving a challenge called, what is it called? I think it's called like Picker 5. So I'm just going to make a directory to work inside of. So we're going to use the make directory command, picker underscore IV or 4, move into that directory with the cd command. Okay, and then when we do pwd, we should be in our home directory in the picker 4 directory. Okay, great. Let's go back. So what was the name of the challenge? It's called Picker 4. Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate how to complete this challenge, but while we're doing, well, I need to turn these into YouTube videos eventually, so I'm going to be doing my YouTube's intros and outros while we solve the challenge. So just a second, let me get the document that we're going to be using to solve the challenge here. So this is PicoCTF. This is from PicoGem Exclusives, Binary Hacking, and Picker 4. Okay. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Picker 4 challenge from PicoCTF as part of the PicoGem exclusive series of challenges. So let's talk about this challenge. It's a medium challenge in the binary hacking category. The description of the challenge says, can you figure out how this program works to get the flag? Additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. So this is one of those challenges where we need to launch a virtual machine with this button over here on the challenge that's labeled launch instance. So just click on that. And then what this does is it creates the environment where we can solve the challenge. So after a few seconds, you're going to see a command over here, connect to the program with netcat, and we've got a netcat command. So we're not going to be using the netcat command immediately. The first thing we're going to do is we're just trying to figure out how the program works, and figuring out how the program works and how to break the program is the essential of what binary hacking is. So there are two links. The program source code can be downloaded here, and the binary can be downloaded here. This is pretty typical of these binary hacking challenges. So the first link, we're just going to highlight over it, and then we're going to copy the link. Xmetric says supplying the exe because in real life this happens, or rather supplying the binary source. I mean, this is supposed to be a pretty easy challenge, and most of the time, well, there are two reasons. There are two reasons why the organizers like to provide the source code, because this is a BinX challenge, so it's a hacking challenge. It's not a reverse engineering challenge. If they wanted it to be a reverse engineering challenge, well, they would have put it in the reverse engineering category. But anyways, we've got that first link. We go over to the web shell, and then we do the wget command. So wget, paste in the address, and then download the C file. The next thing we're going to do, we're just going to go back. We're going to do the second link as well. So highlight that, copy link, and then use the wget command again to download the file. Okay, so let's take a look at what two files we have here. So we got Picker 4, which is a binary file. We can run file on this one. It tells us it is a ELF 64-bit LSB executable, and so x86-64. So this gives us a lot of information about what this is. So because we're doing binary hacking, we need to understand what kind of binary we're looking at. So this is an ELF file, which is a standard executable file for Linux. It's 64-bit. It is a least significant byte executable, which means that all of the bytes are being fed into the binary in, well, from right to left instead of left to right. And yeah, so all sorts of great information here. So the first thing we need to do with this file is we need to make it executable, otherwise we're not going to be able to interact with it. So just going to give the chmod +x command to make the file executable. Then we can just run the file really quick. So when we run the file, it says enter the address in hex to jump to, excluding the 0x. So so what the binary wants from us is it wants a memory address. We'll talk about this in just a little bit, but we can just exit out of this program first, and then we can take a look at the source code. So most of the time in these binary hacking challenges, they're going to give you the binary that you need to hack, and then they're going to give you the source code. The source code is provided so that you don't have to do reverse engineering. You can just take a look at the code itself to understand the logic of the program. So we're just going to take a look at the C file, and we see over here we've got a few different functions. So there's a print segfault message over here. We've got a win function over here, and we have a main function as well. So we see here in the main function, it prints enter the address in hex to jump to, excluding the 0x. And apparently what you can do is you can jump to any part of the program in the memory to try to execute it. And what we want to do is we want to run this function right here, the win function. So the win function it prints out you won, and then it opens up a file, flag.txt, in read mode, and then it reads the contents and reveals it to us. So this is the function we want to access. Let me get out of here real quick. In order to run this program correctly, you need to have a flag.txt file in this directory as well. So we're just going to echo out something and redirect it into a file called flag.txt. So we'll do HackerFrogs like and subscribe. Okay, and then we've got the flag file here that we want to access. What we want to do is we want to find some way to run the program that gets us the contents of the flag.txt file through running the program. So the type of challenge that's being illustrated here, let's talk about this. So this is PicoGem exclusive picker 4. Xmetric says, find the function call in memory. That's exactly what we're going to do, Xmetric. Thank you. Okay, so this challenge is an example of a ret2win binary hacking challenge. So ret2win is like a category of binary hacking challenges. It basically requires us to run a function that gets us the goal of the challenge, which is the flag. So we can see inside of the win function, it opens up the contents of flag.txt, and this is the function we want to access. So in ret2win challenges, the goal of the challenge is to force the program to run a function which it normally wouldn't run under normal circumstances. So if we take a look at the program code, oh, it's not this one. If we inspect the program code, we see that the win function is defined, but the win function is never run inside of the code itself. So in the main function here, there's no mention of the win function, which means it doesn't run under normal circumstances. Xmetric Artifact says, good evening, nice stream. Thank you very much, Artifact, and nice to see you here. Xmetric says, too bad you couldn't recompile the application to spit out flag.txt. Yeah, I mean, if this was a writable Python script, we would be able to do that, but not in this case. But we're trying to do it to get the thing done under very specific circumstances, right? What are we talking about? So yeah, we need to find some way to get the program to run the win function. And here it says enter the address in hex you want to jump to, which means we could probably run the win function if we know the memory address of the win function. And we can actually figure that out I'll teach you how to do that. So the program gives us an easy way to run code according to its memory address. So if we know the address of the win function, we can run it and complete the challenge. So when we run the program, enter the address in hex to jump to, and we want to run this function here. So how do we find the function address? There are a few different ways to find the memory address of a program function, such as the object dump command or the Radare2 debugger, and I'll show you both of these. So we can go back to the web shell. So one way we can take a look at where the functions are is run the object dump command. So object dump, and we can get the disassembly of the entire program, and then give the name of the program. So object dump -d picker 4. So this gets us the entire disassembly of the program, and we're looking for the win function. If we know we're only looking for the win function, we can just grep this out, grep out win, and this is the address where the win function resides. So this is hexadecimal, hexadecimal 40129E. So the interesting thing that we need to note is that the hexadecimal memory address is in pairs. So this is a pair, this is 1 byte here, 9E, 12 is another byte, and 40 is another byte. It's not all globbed up together. Henry, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Or welcome back. Okay, so this is one way of getting the memory address. So this is the memory address. The other way we would do it is we would do this inside of the debugger. So our favorite debugger is the Radare2 program. Radare2 is a very powerful set of tools for reverse engineering and binary hacking. So we run Radare2 in debug mode on picker 4. Okay. After we do that, we open up the Radare2 debugger, and we can then analyze the binary. So in Radare2, you do AAA to analyze the binary. Henry asks, what are you doing right now? We're solving a challenge. So the challenge we're solving is over here. Okay. Where are we? Here. Okay, so after we analyze the binary inside of Radare2, we can get all of the functions. So after we analyze, we can do AFL for all function lists. This will give us every function in the program. And the thing is that it spits out a lot of output here. If we knew the name of the function we wanted to look up, we could just grep it out again. So clear the screen, run all function list, but pipe that into grep win, and it shows us the address of the win function over here. So in this case, it's called sim.win, and this is the memory address. So we've got the memory address. We use two different methods. We're just going to copy this particular memory address. We can exit from here afterwards. And so we know the address of the function we want to run. Let me take a look at... So keep in mind the memory addresses are often expressed in hexadecimal numbers. So this is a hexadecimal number here, and this is also a hexadecimal number. So this is explicitly a hexadecimal number because it begins with the 0x, and 0x is... what is the word? Is the denotation of hexadecimal numbers, so 0x. So whenever you see the 0x in front of a number, it's probably in hexadecimal. Okay, so, sorry, wrong terminal here. Okay, so we run picker 4, and then enter the address to hex to jump to excluding the 0x, paste in the address that we got, hit enter, and then it says You won! HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. So this is the contents of the flag, which means we managed to compromise the binary to get the flag. So let's see if we can do that in the challenge. So the challenge says connect to the program with netcat. So this is the netcat command we would use to do that. Go back to the web shell, paste in the command, and remember, this is the hex address. So we're just going to copy that. And then this is, so the netcat command lets us access the program that's running on the server. So enter the address in hex, paste in the address, hit enter, and then you won. PicoCTF never jump to user supplied addresses. Okay, good advice. I'm just going to copy this, and then we're going to go back to the challenge. We can paste in the flag and then submit the flag, and then we're finished. Everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Picker 4 challenge from the Pico Gym exclusive category in the PicoCTF platform. All right, if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, so that took a little bit less than 20 minutes. We don't have another demonstration for today. Xmetric says bonus footage. Bonus footage, yeah, I guess so. Hacking the actual binary. Hacking the actual binary? You talking about this thing? So, I mean, here's the thing. We could investigate this binary a lot more if we wanted to. Jumping to the function, hacking the actual binary, jumping to the function. I don't think that's possible for this particular binary, because what we need to do is we need to take a look at the source code. So the source code gives us scanf. So scanf is a vulnerable binary, but the problem is that it has to be put into a vulnerable buffer. So scanf is not copied to a vulnerable buffer. And if we try to buffer overflow it, I don't think anything good happens. So if we just try to buffer overflow it with a bunch of input here, it just gives you segfault triggered exiting. And you know what? We could experiment with this as well. Let me just copy this. So we'll copy this. We'll go into Radare 2, and we'll debug this thing. Picker 4. What about memcopy? Are we using memcopy in this case? Okay, so we can run the binary. Well, we'll analyze the binary first, then we'll run the binary, and put in our input here. So we're going to see that the binary crashes if we take a look at what's in the registers. I don't think our user supplied string is in here at all. So there's no variables right here. Let's take a look at the main function. So we can print the disassembly function at main. BitBoy says this is ret2win. We might have to overflow the buffer so that the return address is the address of the win function. I don't think the this binary was coded in that way. They already give you like a method of running whatever code you want to, as long as you know the address. But what I'd want to find out is where the user input is saved to. So in this case, we got, so scanf is here. So this call to scanf is here, And I think it's loaded into RDI. There's also a var ch. So I wonder where var ch is. Oh, it might be this. So var 8 hex. So var 8 hex, let's see. We would print out the hexadecimal at this address here, which is a shorthand for RBP minus 0 hex 08. Let's take a look at this thing. Okay, seems like there's nothing there. I guess we're kind of out of luck there. But yeah, this binary wasn't meant to be buffer overflowed. It's not really the point of the challenge. But what we could do, well, okay, this is what we're going to do. So we're just going to reset the binary here. We're just going to put in like some very, very rudimentary input for the user submitted input. Let's set a breakpoint as well. So we'll set a breakpoint right after the scanf here. And I think actually, how about this one over here? Okay, so we can just grab a memory address for the instructions. We'll set that as a breakpoint. So db, and then run the program. We'll enter the address and hex to jump to. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's 8 characters. We hit the endpoint, the breakpoint here after we put in the user input, and I think it might be in RBP minus hex 08. No, it's not there. Otherwise, it could be in... Something gets moved there. Move keyword into R... Oh, no, wait. It's moved into RAX. So what's in RAX right now? RAX is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is... Okay, this is our user input that was put here. So it takes this and then it uses this as the place to jump to. So we have figured that out. Okay. Anyways, let's get out of here. We're done with this directory here. We can delete it. Okay, and I think we can move into the last part of today's stream. So the last part of today's stream is we're going to be investigating this platform over here. So I was talking to to a very talented hacker. A very talented hacker who was part of the DEF CON team that won the DEF CON CTF event this year. And she told me that this was her favorite platform for doing like CTF stuff. So I really wanted to check this out. And if you want to check it out yourself, you can check it out over here. So if DEF CON CTF winners are recommending this platform, it has to be pretty good. Although I'm kind of nervous about the level of difficulty that we might find on this platform here. So I already registered for an account. Am I logged in right now? Yeah, I'm logged in. Okay. All right, so there's a bunch of different. Okay, before we get started, let me change my category. Okay, so topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. So I find the format of the website a little bit confusing. There's a bunch of different parts of the website, and I'm going to be using the bootcamp. So Hackbase Bootcamp. And I'm assuming that the stuff in the bootcamp section of the website is going to be a little bit, well, it's going to be a little bit easier than the other exercises. I'll set a time limit for myself. Let's go with 2 hours. And if after 2 hours, well, we'll evaluate where we are after that. So what I want to do is I want to figure out if we can hack a box in the easy section of the website. And if so, well, we'll see what happens. Okay, so if you want to hack against, I think there's a couple of buttons you need to do to activate the portions of the website. In this case, we're accessing the bootcamp over here. The other thing we need to do before we can access the stuff at the bootcamp is we need to. Oh, okay. Before I start, let's do a little overview of what this website has. So the website is called standoff365.com, and let's see. So here, business and white hat hackers join forces. I mean, I don't know about the business side of this, but I'm specifically here to learn about, to do the challenges that they offer here. So what's your angle, business or hacking? Well, we're here to hack. So we can do bug bounty, we can do cyber battles, whatever those are. Hack major company scopes legally and get paid for vulnerabilities you discover. 75 public programs and 274 million rubles. One thing that we need to understand about this website is that it is a Russian website, so there might be some quirks of the way the website works because it is a Russian website. So let's see. Join the epic battle with your team to meet new people. I guess these are like CTF competitions that are happening every once in a while. I've heard that this platform has in-person events, but all the in-person events happen in Russia. So there's a cyber range, hone your skills by choosing your own attack vectors, critical events, ultra realistic environment, 400 virtual machines that run every day of the year. Okay, and well, I mean, I'm not going to be able to see everything on the website right away, but I do want to evaluate how the challenges are for the what is it called? The basic challenges. So we're just going to access the bootcamp. Okay, click on that. And what is the bootcamp? It's a virtual infrastructure with realistic replicas of systems and software from various industries, where cybersecurity specialists can train 24/7. Okay, the entire infrastructure is designed around the lore of a virtual state. The state exists within an isolated network. Cybernerd Dante, hello, nice to see you here. Happy Halloween, Cybernerd Dante. Hope you're having a good one. Okay, so right now you're looking at the page of the online cyber range for beginners, which is a less challenging training ground compared to the main standoff cyber range for professionals. Unique feature of this part of the cyber range infrastructure is that task cards can provide hints. Even though the name suggests it's for beginners, to tackle the task you will need to have a basic understanding of vulnerability discovery and as well as a good grasp of network technologies. So yeah, you need to download an OpenVPN key to access the cyber range here. Available tasks are listed under critical events. If you want to sharpen your web tech skills, opt for tasks with the web web prefix. If you're more interested in infrastructure, try solving tasks with the infra prefix. Okay, once you're ready, dive into the mission, scan the network, find available services, explore them, and try to obtain access. There are different ways to access services. You can do one of the following things. Directly hack a vulnerability in the service. Okay. Obtain access to the VPN config file pertaining to the internal network. Find employees' email addresses and send them phishing emails with a malicious payload. I haven't done very much of this inside of training environments, so it would be interesting to see if we can figure out how to do this. Once the victims trigger the payload execution, they'll unwittingly grant you access to their workstations. Okay. Get support, useful information, and then we've got a network range. So we're going to be scanning this network range for hosts. Let's see, 8-Bit Voice says infrastructure as in AD stuff, I think. I'm not exactly sure, because, I mean, platforms are going to... If there are AD boxes, I would be interested in figuring out how to hack those, because I need to brush up on my Active Directory hacking skills. Okay, the Cyber Rage segment is unavailable every Monday. Well, good thing it's not Monday today. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We have the network range, and let's see. We've got the OpenVPN key. I downloaded it over here, and this is the name of the VPN key that I've got. Standoff Battle 7 config. Battle 7, you say. Anyways. So we'll just run the VPN key. That I need to put in my username and password again. Hold on, let me find it. Oh, you know what? I should do this off screen because I might have to... It might dox my password. That would be very unfortunate. Just a second, everybody. I'm just going to bring this off screen for a second. Don't dox yourself if you don't need to. Okay, so what is it? Standoff. There it is. Okay. I think we're logged in now. Okay, so let me go ahead and rename this. We'll call it VPN connection. Give it a fancy color. Okay, so let's do our Nmap scanning over here. So it's not, I don't often have the opportunity to do like a whole network ping sweep to figure out what hosts are up on a big network, but it's gonna be it's gonna be fun. I hope it's gonna be fun. So we got our IP range. So the IP range for this is here. So we copy that. And we're just going to run nmap in ping sweep mode. So SN is going to let us scan a network range and not actually connect. We're just trying to figure out what hosts are up, and we'll just redirect this to pingsweep.txt, or actually pingsweep results. Okay, and let's take a look. So the network range, we've got 253, and then a bunch of machines that are down, but so how do we make a list of these? Maybe you can expand a bit on the nmap commands and possible flags. Yeah, I'll go over the one that we just did. So nmap, we're running nmap to run a a scan of the network, and we're running it on this network range. So the network range is, well, it's a 27. It's a 27 network. So this is CIDR notation. It's a very limited number of hosts in this case. We're running it in non-connect mode, -SN. We're running it very verbose, and we're running it at this speed over here, T4. If you run open, it should only show the open hosts in the list. Really? Okay. Let me give that a try. --open. And okay, host is up, host is up. So we got a number of different. Okay, cool. So I think what we want to do, I mean, this works. Thank you very much for letting me know, CyberNerd Dante. It didn't give us any of the machines that are not online. So I think what we want to do is we want to transform this into, we want to just get a list of the IP addresses. So what we can do is we can just grep for report, which gets us the list, and then we need to further refine the list. What is that? Cut D? Cut delimiter space and return 2, 3, 4, 5, field 5. Okay, so this is a list of just the IP addresses. And we'll just call this IP list. Yeah, this is what I do for fun. I try to figure out how to get Linux formatted stuff. So let's see, what was it? IP list? Okay, so we got our IP list. We can feed the IP list into nmap, I'm pretty sure. We can run nmap, let's see. Nmap with IP list file. Okay, so it's just the IL option. So let's try that. Nmap-IL with IP list.txt, and so we're just going to scan all the ports, run it pretty fast, and get a try to get some version information. Actually, I don't want to get version information over my first pass, because when we do the first pass, I just want to get the open ports. So when I see the open ports, I should have a pretty good feel for what is actually on the box, because most of the time the ports are not going to, well, the ports are going to be the advertised ones and not obfuscated ones. So let's redirect that to nmap network first scan. Okay, thank you very much for following on Twitch, XMI? Is that an L or an I? XMI cheat. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we're going to run nmap. That's going to take a while, because we're scanning over, I don't know, something in the neighborhood of like 12 or 16 different hosts. But in the meantime, let's do a hack the planet, hype ourselves up. Hype ourselves up.
Hype the planet! Hype the planet! Shut up and get it!
So while this is running in one tab, we could start doing some scans on another box in another tab. Let's make this one green. Sure. So let's see. Let's see if we have any results inside of our file so far. Okay, so the thing hasn't finished yet. That's fine. We can leave it alone for right now. So the IP list file, we got these ones. I think we can just manually investigate this one first. We're just going to run a really fast Nmap scan on this IP address. So this is kind of similar to what you do initially in the OSCP. So when you do the OSCP, you're given like a network range with all of the lab machines. I'm not too sure if these machines on this network are interconnected or not. It would be really cool if they were, but if they're not, this is still pretty good practice for scanning against network ranges. Okay, so alright, so we've got how many ports? We don't know yet. I guess this might be a little bit slow because we are going through a VPN connection. So if the connection is really slow, you don't want to scan all the ports immediately, and you just want to do like a basic port scan where you don't specify the port numbers. And in fact, I think that's what I want to do right now. So I'm just gonna scan the common ports. Okay, so what do we get? We didn't get anything. Uh-oh. Why did that happen? Let's run it without. "100 closed TCP ports." Is that because I'm scanning this thing too fast? This still hasn't come back. Okay, so how about this? Let's do an Nmap scan, and we'll run it on the list, iplist.txt, and we'll only scan port 80 and see if there are any HTTP ports open. Hold on, can't do it. Have to do positional arguments. It's port 80. Okay, so we discovered open port 80 on a bunch of different hosts here. So in that case, we can just navigate to one of these to check it out. So let's see, 10, yeah, so this thing, we'll do that over here. Oh, it's a WordPress site, yay! Okay, so skip to content, just another WordPress site, hello world. Okay, well, proudly powered by WordPress. Okay, so I guess in this case, this kind of points me at using, like, what is it called? The what is the scanner called? WP scan. We could use WP scan to scan this WordPress site and see if we can identify any problems with that. I guess in the background we can also do another scan if we're drilling down into this host. I could start creating a directory for this host. Make directory for this one, this IP address. And we'll work inside of this here. Okay, and we'll do a proper Nmap scan. We'll do it. We'll scan all the ports, but we won't do versioning information. We want to do this in cycles. Redirect this to nmap 1. We just want to figure out what the ports are. We'll have this warning in the background. Okay. And we've got this. So this is, well, if we've got a website, we could probably just do some directory busting. So we can use the derb tool. The thing about all of these scans is that the scans are going to be slow because we're working through the VPN. So we're not necessarily going to be able to scan quickly. And so derb is probably the wrong move. We could do some GoBuster. We could do GoBuster, or we could skip straight to WP scan, because we do know that there's a WordPress installation. Okay, we have the. I haven't used WP scan in a while. Let me get my notes. Okay, so this scan is still going. The nmap scan isn't finished yet, is it? Okay, still going. We only have 2 ports open so far, 22 and 80. That's a classic combo. Okay, I've got my notes for another machine where we use WP scan so that I can copy the commands. So this is something you need to be ready to do. So whenever you solve a machine, make sure to take your notes, because otherwise you're gonna have to look up this stuff over again. Okay, what are we enumerating here? So I'm enumerating vulnerable P. P is for packages. Users, vulnerable themes, Tim. Are those called like Tim thumbs or something like that inside of WordPress? So we need to make sure that we're going to the correct endpoint as well. I'm going to call this WP scan 1. Okay. So we're just going to leave this running for a little bit. Hopefully it comes back to us after not too long of a time. Nmap is still running. We're running WP scan. We can manually investigate the website. So we got skip to content. Thank you very much for following LTD. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Skip to content. So content is nothing in particular. We got a search. Uncategorized. This is a broken WordPress site, basically. They've got a hello world. Whoa, hello world doesn't exist. WP edu something something. edu.stf. Uh-oh. Is this the domain that we're doing? Hold on. Uncategorized. Hello world. Okay, so all the links are leading to this one domain. So we need to Okay. So this is the endpoint that we're being pointed to. So what we need to do is we need to include this in our host file. Nano, sudo nano, etc. hosts. Okay, so this is the domain that we're dealing with. So wp.edu.stf. I think we can get rid of this stuff. What's the IP address? So our IP address is this. Okay, and so if this is wp.edu.stf, we can also include edu.stf, because this should be applicable. We can also do some subdomain enumeration on edu.stf, just in case there are available subdomains that we haven't found. We've already have one subdomain, which is the WP one. Okay. Okay, let's try resolving this again. Nothing here, just another WordPress site. Okay, so the reason why this was broken is because we didn't have the correct domain. WordPress. So this isn't actually a broken site. We got an admin user. Yeah. The actual site is over here. Powered by WordPress. Okay. So I'm pretty sure because we're not using the correct domain, the WP scan tool is going to fail. But I don't know. Okay, WP scan has come back. So found admin. No themes found, no Tim Thumbs found, no plugins found. Main theme can be detected. WordPress README found. Robots.txt found. So that points to WP admin. Well, I mean, we can check this out ourselves. Just go to robots.txt. Oh, there's a sitemap.xml. I've never encountered this. I've always been told about sitemap.xml, but I've never been able to see it out in the wild. Let me try this. Okay. This XML sitemap is generated by WordPress to make your content more visible for search engines. This is good stuff. We got a number of different endpoints to check out from here. Okay, so... So sample page... Right. I mean, it's a sample page. It's very unlikely to have anything we need to pay attention to. Okay, there's WP admin where we can log in, I assume. It's not directors. Okay, that's WP admin. What else? Okay, so interesting headers. Files updated. That doesn't help us a lot. I think I'll run this again, but using the correct domain. And I'll rename this tab WP Scan. Okay, so the domain is wp.edu.stf. That is the name of the domain, right? Yeah. Okay, we'll call this WPScan2. I just want to see if this resolves any differently. Nmap is still running. So the other thing we could do is we could do some subdomain enumeration, because we know about one subdomain. Just a second, everybody. I need to get my... We usually use FFUF to do subdomain enumeration. I need to get my notes. For subdomain. Okay, so this is the command from another box. Let's see if I can adjust this. So we're dealing with stf, edu.stf. And we're dealing with the host equal to fuzz.edu.stf. Okay, we don't know what file size we're filtering on, so we're just going to leave that out. We've got our subdomains top 1 million over here as our list to compare against. Okay, when we run this, there's no way there could be this many subdomains. There's no way. Let's leave that running a little longer. Yeah, so these are all coming back 200. What we should do is we should filter on the size, cause yeah, let's do that. So a filter on size. So responses with this size will not return. This is going to take a long time because we got like 1 million. Is that actually 1 million? Okay, so we know that this is the correct payload because WP did come back. That's good. We'll just leave this alone. It should churn through in, I don't know, like an hour or something. I don't know. It's gonna be a while. Let's take a look at WP Scan 2 to see if anything interesting came back. The WordPress theme that's being used is 2021, which is a pretty old version at this point. Okay, found the same stuff otherwise. Nmap on the entire network is still going. www.wp, this is probably the same. Well, this is a redirect. So 301 is a redirect, it probably redirects to the root WP subdomain. I guess we can ignore this. This connection is timed out. So the WP admin, why is this redirecting to port 8000? That's weird. Hold on. That is kind of weird. So this is WP dot edu.stf. This is HTTP. And this is the actual like login page. I mean, is it like admin or something? Admin. Nope, that's not it. Or admin password. Nope. Lost your password and go to site. Just want to make sure that there's no hidden credentials or something hiding in here. What? What is this? I'm just going to copy this. This might be relevant later, not sure. Oh, okay, we can rename this tab as well. We'll just call it FFUF, subdomain enumeration. Okay. And let's see, we'll call this do this between some single quotes. Call this WP admin stuff. So user ID and nonce. Nonce, what does the term nonce mean for computer programming again? Or I guess we're talking about web page. In web page coding, a nonce number used once is a randomly generated unique tokens. Okay, so this protects against cross-site scripting attacks. Number used once. Okay. So there's a sitemap. And stuff wasn't as useful as I thought it would be, but it's okay. Okay, just another WordPress site. Can we start doing some SQL injection up in here? Nope. See what else is going on here. So we haven't found any other subdomains. WP scan 2 came back. So the only thing we know about this WordPress installation is that there's an admin user. Oh, author sitemap. Users identified admin. So there's just an admin user. No Tim Thumbs found. So this is 2021. We could probably search for a potential vulnerability. WordPress 2021. Okay, didn't find anything there. So if there was a vulnerability for any of the themes that found, it would have told us about it. I think. Okay, I think we should probably do some more enumeration. First of all, we could try going to the base domain, not the WordPress site. So not the WordPress site just brings us over to the WordPress site anyways. So I guess that's not something we should pay a lot of attention to. This thing's still running. WordPress is over here. Okay. So WP scan. Should we run a super aggressive scan with WordPress? I guess we could do it in the background. This is a really aggressive scan over here. Just a second. So this is WP scan, but everything is aggressive. Everything is super aggressive. Let's try this one. We'll call this WP scan 3. wp.edu.stf. It's STF, right? Yeah. Okay, we'll call this WP scan 3 aggro. Okay, so let me switch over the music because we've been playing the StarCraft music for way too long. Alright, we've got this stuff running in the background. We still have our nmap running over here. So what's another thing we could be doing right now? So the subdomain enumeration is running in the background. WP scan is also running. I guess another thing we could try is we could try just doing some Go Buster. So regular old directory busting. We'll look for XML, TXT, PHP, HTML. What other zip files maybe? Yeah, zip files. What are some other good file extensions to look for? So database maybe, we could look for some DB. And we'll just run this on wp.edu.stf. redirect this to GoBuster 1. Okay, so the reason why we're making all these files is because we really need to document ourselves well while we're working inside of this environment, because we might be coming back to these networks over and over again. If it's the case that the machines are actually interconnected, if one machine has some file that references another machine, we might need to come back to these boxes later. If that's the case, this will be much more like an actual pen test, like a more realistic version. Anyways, something akin to what you would see on the OSCP lab environment. Okay, so we're keeping track of this IP address here. Still scanning the subdomains. WP scan is still going. So the good thing about this environment is that if we get stuck on any one box, we could pivot to another box and start doing some scanning against that one instead. I wonder if we should be using like an automated scanner, like what is it, AutoRecon. So let's see, our good friend Tiberius. AutoRecon. This one right here. But AutoRecon, it's a pretty old tool at this point. I wonder if it's been updated. Multi-threaded network reconnaissance tool which performs automated enumeration of services. It is intended as a time-saving tool for use in CTFs and other pen testing environments like the OSCP. It may also be useful in real-world engagements. Okay. But yeah, I wonder if I should be using automated tools like this, or if I should be just doing manual enumeration. Because I do need to practice my manual enumeration as well. But considering the number of boxes that we need to interact with, it would be much faster if we do some sort of automated scanning method. Still going. So while this is going, we can probably take a look at what we found so far in GoBuster. There's a 0 endpoint. That's kind of weird. Feed, Atom, sample page, WP content. So we go over to the 0 page. This is just the landing page. What else did we find? Sitemap.xml. Why did it redirect him here? Sitemap. It's a redirection to WP sitemap.xml. Okay. So the stuff there's just an admin. There's only one post by the admin. Sample page, feed Atom. So I mean, I'm guessing that Atom is the name of some sort of plugin. I guess we could check it out as well. So feed Atom. Something downloaded? That was unexpected. Okay, let's check this out. So in the downloads directory, what did we download? What was it called? This thing, JZ something something. Okay, so what is this thing? This .atom file. XML document ASCII text. Okay. Don't think this tells us anything we didn't know. So is this referencing a different IP address? I just need to double check this IP address. This is a different IP address. No, this is an internal IP address. Well, I mean, I guess this is a different IP address, which is an internal IP address. This isn't. I mean, I'm pretty sure that this IP address isn't on our list, because our IP range is actually pretty small. Just a second. Yeah, all of the IP addresses that we have are in this 10 dot range. But we've got another IP address. I mean, I guess that could be, this could be like something we put in our notes. So network notes. So port 8000. This is referenced on this box. It's kind of like a mystery that we need to unravel, huh? Here. So this one is called edu.stf. Okay, we'll just keep these notes around. They might come in handy later. Still scanning. The external WP cron seems to be enabled. But what does that tell us? WordPress version 5.8.3 identified. Insecure. But this doesn't tell us about any vulnerabilities, does it? 5.8.3. Let me try scanning for this on the internet. 5.8.3 vulnerabilities. Object injection vulnerability. Interesting code vulnerability that could be used to bypass hardening mechanisms. Okay. SQL injection? Really? Let's take a look. Authenticated editor, something something. Let's take a look at this. SQL injection. WordPress before 8. Well, I mean, I don't know if this is due to the improper sanitization in WP query. WP query, huh? This has been patched in 5.8.3. Older affected versions are still fixed via security release. It's been patched in 5.8.3, but that's the version we're dealing with, so it shouldn't be vulnerable. WordPress weirdme found. readme.html. Don't know if that's relevant. Okay. Ah, we've got an ad running on Twitch. We'll run one on YouTube. And you know what? Check out these birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, let's get back to the hacking. So we still haven't managed to find any subdomains, well, any new subdomains using subdomain enumeration. I didn't think, well, I mean, I didn't know what to expect. WP scan was not able to identify anything that we could attack. At least I don't think so. Okay, Nmap is still scanning over here. We're still connected to the VPN. I guess what we could do is we could take a look at other web pages on other hosts. Although I shouldn't spread my attention too thin, because that could lead to bad stuff happening. But there's this potential SQL injection here. So this has to be less than 5.8.3. Okay, maybe we should check out another host and leave this running over here. Maybe we could do two boxes at the same time. So the other host, the other box is, we could run nmap and then look for interesting stuff on other interesting stuff on the network. We'll look for port 21. So port 21 is FTP, and we're just gonna do a quick scan to see if there's any FTP on the network. Let's do what Cybernerd Dante suggested and just get the open stuff. Nope, no open stuff there. Okay, so that's port 21. We can also check for port 139, which is SMB. No SMB, apparently. Okay, so just to make sure that this is working properly, we'll try port 22. So port 22 is open on most of these hosts, so that doesn't really point to any vulnerabilities, but thank you very much for following, Mr. Militant. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, let's try 445. So 445 is more SMB stuff. No SMB here. Okay. Let's see if there is encrypted web pages on 443. There is one. There's one host with an encrypted web page. So this is this IP address right here. Okay, so we'll start up another directory that covers that IP address. Okay, here we are. Let's check this out. We can check it out manually in the web browser. We'll just step away from this box right now. So this is HTTPS. Secure connection failed. Okay. Connection not secure. Do I have the right IP address? Let me check it out. So we're in this directory. The IP matches up. It says that this is open, HTTPS. Let's try using the curl command. Okay, so connection reset by peer. In this case, we need to run curl with invalid certificates, right? So let's see, curl ignore certificate. So -k to ignore certificates. So curl -k. Doesn't work. I wonder why that is. So we know, I mean, nmap says that the port is open, and it's port 443, which should be HTTPS. Let's try manually connecting. I wonder if there's an unencrypted web page. So we can just go back here. and we can replace HTTPS with just regular HTTP and see if anything returns. You can also try curling it. I don't have very high hopes for this, because this is not coming back. Still working. Subdomain enumeration still going on over here. We're about halfway done. It's taken a long time. Curl command doesn't work. Okay, so how about we try connecting to port 443 over netcat to see if anything happens there. Okay, well, it just disconnects us. So why is it? I wonder what else is on this box. I'll do a quick nmap scan on it. Scanning 1,000 ports. Discovered open port 443. I mean, it says it's open, but I can't scan it for some reason. Okay, we'll just leave this alone for right. Well, there's only one open port. There's only one open port in the regular range, so we should probably scan every port. Okay, so we'll just leave this alone. Let's give this a fancy color. There you go. Still running. $443. It's going to take me about 10 minutes to do this this scan over here. We redirected this, yeah, nmap net first.txt. When this comes back, there's going to be a lot of stuff to look at. It's going to take a while, though. So we know there's WordPress here. I mean, I think this might be the type of network where I have to do a lot of investigation before we can come up with anything. Thank you very much, Roshi. Roshi, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so how many hosts do we have? So IP lists, let's see. That's 14 targets. If anybody's wondering what we're doing right now, we're currently doing this platform right here. So it's called Standoff 365. It's a Russian CTF platform. But they've got an English. They have an English version of their website as well, which is nice. We're not doing any illegal hacking right now. Or at least I hope I'm not. But it is nice to be able to scan over a whole range of targets. It's not something I get too much opportunity to do. I guess another thing I could do is I could start doing a little note-taking on the nature of these hosts. So let's see. Net overview. So we got our machines over here, and I can start making some comments about them. So this is 234. 234, I can make my notes over here, and this one is port 22 and 80. Domain is equal to wp edu.scf. And WordPress install. That's what I know for this box. So as I get information about the other boxes, I can start writing some notes. Of course, we're kind of hindered by the fact that scanning through the network is very, very slow because we're working through a VPN connection. Okay, we got 45 seconds remaining. We'll get some information about this box soon. So it's 253. We know that there's one port open on this target. If we don't get any other ports, that's going to be a bit of a bust. Because port 443 on this target, it should be encrypted web pages. It should be HTTPS. But, yeah. But if we manually try to access this, the web page, it doesn't work. So if we just go over here and we access it with HTTPS, server connection failed. The page you are trying to view cannot be shown because the authenticity of the received data could not be verified. So what does this error mean? So we could try asking our good friend the AI about this. What is this error code? Okay, what does it say? Claude. PR end of file error. PR end of file error. It's a Firefox specific error that means the SSL TLS handshake was unexpectedly terminated by the server before completion. Connection was closed during the negotiation phase. The server ended the connection without properly completing the handshake. Okay, so common cause SSL TLS mismatch. Extract only alphabetic characters. Mark answer to B, plain A. Whoa, what are we looking at? Use curl K, accept cert exception, or try HTTP. Okay, well, let's try plain HTTP over port 443. We specify HTTP protocol on port 443. Let's see if detection was reset. Okay, so we're still not connecting. So they suggested us to use curl-K. But yeah, this doesn't work. OpenSSL Connect connection reset by peer. So this isn't. Let's see. We can also give the curl error messages as well. It might be able to give us some more insight. So we'll ask our good friend the AI. Maybe it can help us out. Where are we? Here. Okay, this is the curl output. So while we're waiting for this to come back, we can So this is still going. Subdomain's still going. Hanky, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing we're doing a whole new platform. So the platform we're looking at is this one over here. This was recommended to me by one of the team members on the winning DEF CON CTF contest. So that contest, one of the winners, they said that this was a really good platform for learning about hacking stuff. And well, I'm inclined to believe them because they, you know, because their team won the DEF CON CTF. Okay, so this is a whole network range that we can hack against. There are like 14 targets in the current environment. Okay, don't need this stuff. Don't need this stuff. Don't need this stuff right now. There means that the connection is being reset during the TLS handshake. The server is actively rejecting or blocking the HTTPS connection. Wait. The server is probably running HTTP, not HTTPS, on a different port. Find the right port and use HTTP instead of HTTPS. SSL TLS isn't configured or running. Try curl to HTTP. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that doesn't work, but I mean, I can try. This just comes back with an error. I mean, it doesn't come back. Yanko Kyanko. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yanoke Kanoke? Yanoke Kanoke. Hello, nice to see you here. Have a good time trying standoff. Yeah, I'm trying standoff right now. We're in the boot camp network right now. I see you trying to access the HTTPS, but the error TLS maybe it's using netcat. Yeah, I'm not completely sure about this. Okay, so I mean, then we try netcat. When we connect with netcat, it just disconnects us after a while. Use OpenSSL to access this. What do we got? Use whatever port shows is open. Well, Try these URLs in order. So 8080 and 8000, check Nmap results for the actual port. I mean, the other ports did not show as open, so I don't see the point of accessing like 8080 or 8000. Because this isn't going to connect. These ports are closed. Good news is that the subdomain enumeration for the other host seems to be getting pretty close to finishing. Let's see. Yan says, Yan Ken, bootcamp is a nice one to start with. I think they take care of it less than the main segments. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I understand. But yeah, are there any other parts of the website that you can suggest for a person who's not an expert? So this is bootcamp. There's a bunch of other parts of the website as well, such as let's see, we got the Cyber Battle, we got the Cyber Bones. Cyber Bones free version. Well, netcat, you can type get/http 1.0. Okay, so what do we got over here? It's an online simulator that offers a collection of real-life cases from the standoff cyber battle. And, well, I mean, is this something I can do by myself? Take part. Oh no, I didn't want to join as a defender. Bootcamp is the best for now. The other ones are pretty cool, depends on the vulnerability. Okay. Anyways, let's go back. We still got our nmap running against the IP list. Eventually it'll come back and then we can take a look at all the juicy open ports over there. Okay, so we're trying to make some notes on each one of the targets here, and in this case, 5.3. So 5.3 is, where are we? So this is the one we're looking at right now. Apparently there's port 443, but no response. So I have no idea what's really going on with this box. So the other boxes we haven't really investigated yet. Still going. I mean, I guess we can end our investigation of this box right now because there's only one port open. If there's only one port open, it's not much to do. Let's try another target. Let's just choose one at random. Let's do 225. Are all the IPs on the target? Yeah. We did a ping sweep earlier, and we found that these were the ones that were open. These ones over here. So there's 14 targets. We made it part of a list. We did we're currently doing an nmap scan to try to figure out which open ports are there, but it's pretty slow. So let's just do one against 2.5. So just the regular one first. There's nothing open. Is the host up? Host is up, okay. Yeah, but we didn't find anything on the regular ports. I guess we're just gonna have to scan all the ports then. This kind of indicates to me that there might be something open on a non-standard port. Jason IT Solution says, there is a guy that said that we need more black hat hackers for cybersecurity to still be in place. What do you think of it? We need more black hat hackers? I mean, I'm pretty sure even if... I'm not gonna, say that we need more criminals out in the world. But I guess there are always going to be criminals. There's always going to be cyber gangs. There's always going to be, people who decide to use hacking to do bad stuff, but I'm not out here trying to encourage it. Okay, so this is going to take about 3 minutes to come back, and then we'll know what ports are open on this thing. I guess we need to, well, when this happens, we should probably create a new directory for this target. I hope I can remember. Okay. I'm surprised we haven't found anything. So this target, when we scanned it with regular nmap, so nmap with the regular ports, nothing came back. So it's either some obscure port that's hiding some service, or it's a UDP scan. I hope it's not a UDP scan, because I hate scanning against UDP. People who know know. People who know. But yeah. Trying to find UDP services on on servers are not, it's not very fun. It's not a very fun thing to do. Okay, so what else? We got this box right here. We're currently doing our port scan. Another 3 minutes to do this one. Good thing we've got lots of time tonight. Everybody, are you having a great Halloween? If you are, let us know. This thing's still going. Still have 4 minutes remaining on this scan. So what are some other common ports that we could scan for? We tried scanning for FTP, we weren't able to find anything. We tried looking for SMB, couldn't find anything there either. What are some other common services? We found a bunch of different HTTP ports open. Port 80 rather. But I don't want to constantly be scanning against web pages, but I guess sometimes you can't really avoid it. In the meantime, I can... Okay, so let's see. Standoff Cyberbones. So Ethereal, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Happy Halloween. City Housing and Utilities Tube Heavy Logistics. Are these different targets here? And have a workspace. So I don't... Practical tasks, attacks. Infrastructure backdoor. Okay, so what else do we have in here? So Hackbase, standalone industry bootcamp, standalone industry user leaderboard, seasonal ranking. I guess so. The bootcamp is a network. Standalone. I assume that standalone means that these are solitary targets. Standalone is a cyber range segment featuring standalone hosts with unique configurations and multiple vulnerabilities. The hosts represent different industries of the virtual state F that you can hone your hacking skills using various attack tools. So it looks like these are rotated. Been sick all week, but doing a bit better today. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween, Zoethereal. Hosts come in different difficulty levels, ranging from beginner friendly to expert level. Okay, so this is standalone. There's also industry. Solo attackers, okay. Banking system and ICG. I think this looks really cool. I wish I was talented enough to be able to do this stuff. Seasonal ranking. What else do we have? Standalone industry, defend, cyber battle, bug bounty. Okay, so Standoff Cyberbones free version. I think we're currently signed up for 4 tasks. Tasks, practical tasks, attacks. I wonder if these kind of tabs are available for the bootcamp, the thing that we're looking at right now. So let's see, bootcamp. Okay, so let's see. this is the boot camp. Critical events 31 of 31. Yeah, I don't I don't see anything, any other tabs to look at right here. All right, well, what's going on with their scans? So there's a minute remaining on this scan. So we finished our subdomain enumeration, wasn't able to find anything. And I guess we can put that in our notes as well. Finish subdomain enum. So if we know that, if we, take notes and we make sure that we take note of the things that we did and the things that we didn't do, then we know not to repeat scanning for the same stuff. Okay, so half a minute. I'm really curious to know if there's any other TCP ports open on this thing. Although, if we're in verbose mode, and verbose mode would have let us know about open ports as we discovered them, so I'm guessing that there's no open TCP ports on this target. If that's the case, we have no choice but to do UDP scanning. Oh man. Okay, should be coming back in just a couple seconds. Come on. Everything's closed. Okay, so all 65,000 ports were ignored or closed. So we have to do in another scan. So let's before we do that other scan, let me move into another directory. Thank you very much for following FeeStyLobster. FeeStyLobster? I'm not too sure how to pronounce that, but welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Okay, so what was that IP address? The IP address was number 225. Okay, and then from here we can run our nmap scan. We'll run this on top ports. So that's a UDP scan on the 100 most common ports for UDP. We'll call this nmap udp.txt. Just leave this running in the background. Okay, and nmap's still running here. UDP scans, they're unreliable and they're slow. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find any TCP ports open on this particular host, which means we have no choice but to try scanning for UDP. If we can't find any UDP ports open on this host, then we can just write the host off and say that there's nothing here. Okay, so this one is 225. And no TCP ports. That's the conclusion we've come to so far. And I guess in the meantime we can check out another host while we're doing this UDP scan over here. Always be multitasking, I guess. Okay, let's just go down the list. So the next one on the list is 231. Okay. We're going to make a separate directory for all these IP numbers. You know. Okay, so we'll scan all the common ports first with this command. We got port 22 and port 80. That's a start. Okay, so let's see. So port 22 SSH, it's running. Bootstrap login form free examples templates tutorial. Potentially risky methods, put, patch, and delete. Okay, we're going to run another nmap scan, and we're going to scan all the ports. We'll call this nmap 1. Run that over here. Okay. So we know there's port 80 and there's port 22. We can add this to our notes. This is 231, right? Yeah. Ports, port 22 and 80. Yeah, just port 22 and 80 so far. I mean, I guess we could manually investigate this as well. Okay. Welcome to the seat reservation system. Okay, yeah. Subscribe to our newsletter, log in, sign up. We got some links. These links probably don't go anywhere. Yeah, they don't go anywhere. Sign up and log in, subscribe to our newsletter. Let's take a quick look at the localhost 8080 login. Localhost 8080. Is there a open port 8080? I don't think so. Yeah, it's not open. But that kind of indicates that there might be some sort of proxy in place somewhere. Okay, we can sign up. Ooh, wait. Where do we... Okay, why is this white on white on white? I hate this. Okay. This is the sign up endpoint, yeah. Still only 2 ports. So I'm about ready to give up on this particular box right now. We can move into the other directory to do more scanning against it for 231. Okay, we can run some GoBuster. So the other thing we should probably try to find out is if there's some sort of domain name that's associated with the IP address. Don't think there is. Okay, so for this page, let's just do a quick scan to see if there's any other endpoints that are pointed to. Don't think so. Okay, so I guess we could try testing out the sign up function. Okay. We'll log in. Okay, login's probably not gonna work. Well, we can always test to see if there's some sort of SQL injection in here. We don't see any error messages, so it's probably not the case. I'll check out. So this is the login page. Okay, so the good thing about this page is that there is the ability to sign up. Where is that? And if we can sign up, then we can do some extra enumeration. HackerFrog at HackerFrogs.com. Password. Mobile number. Okay, so it says user has been successfully registered. So when we log in, do we log in with our email? Yeah. Okay. Let's try logging in. Oh, interesting. Please choose your seat. Submit place, log out. It's 2Bob, wrong email. Wrong email? I managed to log in. So, that might be the right email. Okay, so we're supposed to select a seat. There might be, so submit place, log out. I'll choose a seat. How about 24A? Okay, so we got that highlighted, and we'll try submit place. Dear passenger, attention please. Your flight Moscow Dubai departure K. What actually happened when we submitted that? So, this page echoes out our email address. So could we change our email address to be some sort of payload? That would be funny. And by funny, I mean not funny. Okay, so our nmap scan is still going here. Our other nmap scan finished. Yeah, this one for UDP ports. Closed. Closed. Open. Closed. You know what? We'll do this again. Okay. We can grep out the open ports, and then we can determine what is likely to actually be open, what is a false positive, because all of these UDP ports can't be open. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so let's continue to investigate what's going on with this reservation system. So this isn't. Let's go back to the application. So the application, gate 33A departure something something. We could probably take a look at what is happening with these requests inside of Burp Suite, it's probably a good idea, because there could be all sorts of weird information, weird data that's being sent back and forth. Okay, start up Burp Suite. Here's my thing. Okay, so let's go over to proxy, open browser. Okay, we'll try logging in with our email. HackerFrog at hackerfrogs.com. Password. And then log in. Okay, so dear passenger, your flight. Is there nothing we can do from here? Do we need to... Okay, so let's go back to... Burp Suite, so collect, post collect. What? Why are we sent? Oh, this is not okay. This is the post request we used to log in. So this is Google stuff. We can probably leave these out of the scope. Yeah. I think the only thing we can do from here is just log out. I don't see anything else. There's nothing else we can do aside from just see what's on this page. Is there a logout button? I mean, we can just go to the logout endpoint. Okay. So this is the 231 host. 231 host, let's write some notes. 231. Plane ticket, airplane ticket, reservation. Reservation app. Any other endpoints? Yeah, we haven't checked for any other endpoints, so we should probably do that. We'll go in here. Where are we? So we'll call this... This is 231 we're looking at, right? Yeah, this is 231. So we'll run some GoBuster. And we'll make sure that we're scanning for the correct extensions. PHP, JS, TXT, zip, HTML, DB, all this good stuff. Okay, so we'll output it to GoBuster, gobuster1.txt. Okay, leave that running in the background. We're leaving a lot of stuff running in the background. Bob, hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, so we're hacking on a what is it called? A Russian cybersecurity education platform today. It's called standoff365.com, and you can make an account there yourself if you really want to. There's an English version of the website. It's nice. This came highly recommended from one of the members of the winning DEF CON CTF team. Interesting thing about this particular challenge is that we've got a whole list of IP addresses to investigate here. These are my notes so far. So we'll call this GoBuster scans. Login, profile, and sign up. So profile. I mean, we've found all this stuff. How about profile? Don't think we've investigated that one yet. This probably redirects us. What? Profile, profile flights, profile aircrafts, profile passengers, aircraft seats. I think I should log in first. Let me try logging in. Middlewares. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see. Wait. Was I not able to log in successfully? Let's try that again. Red Team Rookie says, what's platform test drive? Platform test drive. Yeah, we're doing a new platform today. It's called Standoff 365. And we're trying to figure out if it's a good platform or not. So the link is, well, I just pasted the link over there if you want to check it out. Okay, so what was the endpoint? The endpoint was like profile, right? Profile. We've got middlewares. We've got passengers. Passengers? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this looks like, what is this, JSON information? These are passengers, supposedly. What else? Let me just profile flight representation. Nothing screams out at me here. If they're testing this platform, I thought it was some topic. Oh, no, yeah, no worries. I'm just trying to figure out if this is something I want to keep on hacking against or not. Passengers, we will forgive the spelling mistakes. JSON, yep. Anyways, let's check out the other endpoints. Aircraft seats. Okay, aircraft seats. And what else was there? Aircraft seats, middlewares. Middlewares. I don't think there's anything important here. Version 1.0 descriptors. Okay. Aircrafts. Aircrafts. This kind of output all looks very similar. Flights. Yeah, same type of information. I guess there's nothing super important to see here. This is just the profile. Okay, let's see if there are any other endpoints that we found. So we got, let's see, sign up, log out, economy. Let's check out the economy endpoint. Okay, so you use the X flag for GoBuster. Surely some endpoints would have no extension since it's a folder, or am I misunderstanding? Yeah, so we ran GoBuster. It looks for certain whatever extensions. It looks for certain extensions like this. So it looks for PHP, JS, TXT. It also looks for folders. So it looks for stuff without any of these extensions as well. It looks for both. It's the extensions and the folders. Okay, so let's check out the economy endpoint. This is what happens. Welcome to economy service. Okay. It'd be nice to be able to upgrade to non-economy service, but sure. Okay, it says a logout. There's an error message, which is status 500, which is error stuff. Logout is... Anyways, we got ads running on Twitch, so we're running them on YouTube. Everybody, please check out my favorite bird video. My favorite bird video is the one with the fledgling Stellar Jays. Enjoy the birds. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we still haven't... This one's not done. I don't think it's done. Okay, so this is all. These are all the endpoints we've found so far. Such a cute little bird. Yeah, this is a North American bird. It's called a Stellar's jay. It's kind of like the blue jay, but it's the it's a cousin. It's a cousin of the blue jay. I don't know if there are. Oh, you know what what you have in the UK? You've got magpies, which are kind of similar. So magpie bird, and I think magpies are really cool birds as well. So if let me know if you have magpies in your area. I think I have some Eurasian jays and a lot of magpies here. Yeah, I mean magpies are equally cool. I really like them. Anyways, okay, so error, economy, sign up. They're on your house right now. I mean, I'm sure if you throw them a peanut or something, they'll really appreciate it. Oh, let's not allow Google to have my access to my information. So the sign up page over here. Nmap still isn't finished. Gosh darn it. What time is it? Oh, it's 7:30, geez. I guess what we could do right now is we could do another Nmap scan for another box. I don't know if I want to bother scanning this particular endpoint anymore because there are no TCP ports open on this one. Okay, so the next box we'll scan is 232. Jackdaws is what I have the most of. There are about 100 that roost in a big tree across the way, about 20 kilograms sack of peanuts just for birds in the garden room. That's it's a good use of the peanuts. I mean, I love feeding the birds. Okay, so let's do an Nmap scan. Okay, we'll go for another hour or so. This feels kind of like the OSCP exam. So if you've never done the OSCP exam before, well, you're not scanning against this many targets. You're scanning against like 4 or 5 targets. I haven't found any Windows machines yet. Neems, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're hacking against a new platform. The platform is called, what is it called? Something something. Standoff 365. Lots of fun. Okay, so we'll do .232, and let's just do like a quick Nmap scan like this. 8080, okay. So there's a proxy HTTP service on this thing. We'll do another scan looking at all of the ports. We'll call this one nmap 1.txt. Okay, so we found port 22, port 80, and port 8080 on this endpoint, 232. We'll add this to our notes. 22, 80, 8080. %, it's going to be the admin portal. Well, I mean, there's only one way to find out. This hacking against this series of machines, it feels very different. What? What about a nuclear power plant? Specify the required amount of megawatts. That's some drama right there. So if I plug in the wrong number, is something really bad gonna happen? Who knows? So the source, let's see, this is going to be a post to the landing page. I wonder if this is a PHP page or if it's an HTML page. Index.php. This is a PHP page. Interesting. Yeah, this is exactly a PHP page. So if we specify the required amount of megawatts and we submit, I don't know, 100 tests, does something actually happen? Uh-oh, I blew up the planet. Simulating the possibility of supplying the required power carried out, considering the transmission line losses. Use the simulation identifier to submit an official application. What could go wrong when you're dealing with nuclear power? Yeah. Okay, so, this is interesting. I guess we can add this to the notes. This is 8080 nuclear power testing. Okay, and what other scans do we have going on right now? We've got our Nmap scan going over here. Our GoBuster scan. Ooh, there is a flights endpoint on that other box. Let's check it out. So flight's departure, flight name. So I'm guessing that there's going to be some sort of injection that we can do. Test it, test.test. Okay. Is2Bob says, I feel confident that that much line loss would melt your transmission line. Simulation is it's no good. You can see the other users. Yeah, that's some rainbow attacks. So passengers, flights. Okay, well, password is right there. True. We could try logging in as the other users to see. I mean, this probably doesn't net us anything. So test it, test.test. Now we could try logging in as this guy. Log in. Tests at test.test. Password, the thing we copied. This doesn't necessarily get us very much. Unless we were able to log in as an admin, that would be good. Let's go back. One, two, three at w.w. Yeah, the stuff is identical. I'm almost certain that this is some sort of injection vulnerability. But I might come back to this. Well, I mean, there's so many different targets we could be hacking right now. I'll make a note. So this was for which endpoint? This is for the 3.1 endpoint. Okay. Strong possibility of injection through JSON data. What about the other flight? Okay, so the other flight we're talking about, flights 3, flights 1. This doesn't come back. Flights 2 doesn't come back. Flights 3 comes back. Okay. We could try, well, I mean, we could also try, let's see. Passengers, we don't have access to this. Flights 5. No. Flight 6. This is some IDOR stuff. Indirect object references. 7, 8. So what we could do is we could fuzz this. Yeah. WP scan. This is for 231. Actually, wait. Before we do this, I should probably create a list of numbers. Sequence 1 to 200. Don't need any of this. So when we run FFUF, we're going to do some fuzzing. We're just going to fuzz the numbers in this request to see if we can, which ones are valid. So it's U, and we're going to put our fuzzing point in there. The word list is going to be numbers.txt. The only ones that come back are 3 and 4. The other payloads don't return anything. We're on board flight 3. I think everybody is on board flight 3. But what about 4 is... There are no passengers for flight number 4. It's an empty list. White label error page. White label. So white label could be the name of some sort of blog software that's being used. If that's the case, we could search for a potential vulnerability. No, I guess not. Okay, so other things are still going on. Flights. What about our nmap scan for the 232 endpoint? Only these 3 ports are open. So 8080 was this was the nuclear whatever HTTP proxy. What about 80? We can check out the this is for 232. 232 is here. Let's check out the unencrypted port 80. Could be with light label. It usually means it gets rebranded for sub-clients, drop shipping, but for services. I don't know what white label is. Default page. This doesn't... Well, this usually doesn't help, but sometimes there's some information in the comments. Nope, not here. Okay, we can also do some go busting against this. I think doing like a directory busting against the 8080 endpoint or the 8080 server is probably the better way to do it. Okay, so where's my go buster stuff? Let's go into, what was that endpoint? The endpoint is 232. Okay, and we'll run another go buster here. On 232 against port 8080. So let's see. So GoBuster, we'll specify this is against the 8080 port, just like this. What? Server returns a status code that matches the provided options for non-existent URLs. Oh, that's no good. Please exclude the response length or the status code, or set the wildcard option. Okay, so we need to exclude length 619. What does it look like here? We're looking at port 8080. So we just test Ah, okay. So if you give... Yeah, okay. So this will always, if you give it, what is it called? An invalid endpoint, it'll always redirect you over here. So, just a second, everybody. I gotta give myself some new music. Okay, so this is index.php for sure. And let me look this up. So GoBuster, ignore response size. Okay, so to ignore response size in GoBuster, use exclude length or the older fs. So exclude length something something. Yeah, I think that's the way we want to do it. Okay. What? 619. Okay, so good. Good luck to us, everybody. Yeah, this looks kind of messy. What else we're looking at? Nmap. Nmap is finished for host 231. Port 22 and port 80, this is the 231 host. I guess what we could do is we could move on to other machines. What's the next machine on the list? Next machine on the list is 235. Okay, we do another Nmap scan. Oops, didn't want to do that. Wanted to do this. This is another 22 and 80, huh? So this is 235. One thought is that they all serve from the same server. That might be relevant. Yeah, maybe. That is a possibility, yeah. Bootstrap login form, free. Bootstrap login form. This, I mean, I think we've seen this before. Oh wait, I did the wrong host. When I did my Nmap scan, I did it against 31. Silly me, silly me. Okay, let's do this against the right target this time. There's port 21. good old FTP. Sci-F-Dine? I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Let me know how to pronounce your name, but welcome to the stream. And thank you very much for following. Okay, so why did we return a bunch of closed ports here? So open port 22, 80, and 21. I didn't try to scan these ports. Why does it return this? Okay, so this is host 235. So it's port 222180. So we got, I don't know what the heck is going on with these. HTTP title heavy logistics. Okay. FTP would be interesting to look at. FTP data as well, huh? Well, I mean, that makes sense as FTP. Okay, let's run it against all the ports. There might be some unconventional ports open. Okay. Okay, so we could check out the FTP, because, well, I mean, it's a fun thing to check out. 10, 124, 1, 235. Is there anonymous access? Something tells me that there's no anonymous access. Okay, login failed. Maybe we need to specify anonymous. Or there's no anonymous login here. Okay, well, no anonymous login. What else is available on this thing? $2280.21. Something about heavy industries. Well, let's check out the website. Interesting. Transport company engaged in logistics and transport management in the city. Yeah, all right. You know what's really interesting? I haven't come across a single username after checking out all these web pages. Assets getload.js. We have some videos that are being loaded in. There are no links. Nothing links anywhere. Oh, there is suddenly some email addresses for us to check out. Awesome. Okay, so this is good. This is good. We could try these email addresses across like all the boxes. So in the case that there are shared credentials across multiple boxes, that'd be very, very useful. Okay, so 235. This is still going, huh? Actually, we'll call this emails. Email. We'll call this users. Okay, so we got this stuff over here. edu.stf. Tufacho, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. S. Dotson, T. Matthews, and R. Andrew. Okay, well, I mean, this is the same box with FTP. So we could try doing some brute force with FTP. Because apparently anonymous doesn't work. We could do some password brute forcing. I haven't done brute forcing with FTP in a while, so I need to look that up. Bob says. Hack the planet. Yeah, that's what we do. Okay, so if we use good old Potato SMB login host something something password file. Well, then this is for SMB. Let me see if I can find something for FTP. Potato FTP brute force. FTP login module, okay. Cracking with Potato. So we just need to use the FTP login one. Just replace this up here. Make sure that the host is correct. And the user is correct. Password file, RockU, rate limit, ignore message, NT status logon failure. I mean, maybe we don't need this right here because it's not going to be the same failure message. What were the names on that list? R. Andrews. So let's sub in R. Andrews. Put it between some quotes. Okay, so the attack is starting now. I wonder if this program is the right one to do brute forcing with, because it might not be. Anyways, we'll wait on this. Here's another Nmap scan, 8080. Hmm. 232. We got our GoBuster scan on 8080 going on right now. Haven't found anything. Login incorrect. Okay, so we need to this seems to be really well, I mean, I guess it's going to be really slow doing brute forcing attacks through a VPN connection. Insanely slow to Russia. Well, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Got to deal with what you got to deal with. Okay, so found emails, email names, email addresses on Webport. Saifdeen, what are you doing right now? Yeah, so we're just doing a network pen test kind of simulation on this website right over here. It's a Russian CTF platform, so it's cybersecurity simulation stuff. Okay, so port 222180. Okay, and did we not find anything on... Did we skip this one? We might have skipped this host. Yeah, okay. Okay, login incorrect. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it might be me being unlucky, but I haven't found any sort of footholds on any of these targets yet. Oh well. I'm surprised that we haven't checked out this one yet. I mean, might as well. So 235 we're doing a brute force attack over here. We'll just call this FTP brute force. Give it a fancy color. How about some red? Like I said, this does feel like the type of testing you would do for OSCP. Okay. So WP scan, well, I mean, we're not doing WP scan here. Let's back out. So we didn't make a directory for the 33 host. Might as well make it now. Okay, so let's do our nmap scan. So we'll do our nmap scan just to see if there are any common ports open first, and then after that one's done, we'll do all the ports. 2280. It seems to be a pretty popular combo. Okay, let's nmap 1. Okay, so we got 22 and 80 open on port on the 233 host. 233 port 2280. We got our FTP brute force still not finding anything. That's fine. So this is pretty much done. 232, 2280, 8080. This is the one with the nuclear stuff. Yeah, and we were scanning it over in this box. We hadn't managed to find anything. Okay, let's run another GoBuster here and then run it on the regular web server on port 80. Okay, we can leave that running. Wow, so many scans running at the same time, geez. Okay, and oh, we need to rename this. So this is 10.124.1.233. And color's okay. This scan's still going on. I suppose I could, just for fun, we can check out the web page. What? Hello, this is corporate library. Hello, this is corporate library. Let's read the rules. Users are obliged to keep their credentials confidential and not disclose them to third parties. Yeah. This is corporate library. Well, library.edu.stf. Okay, we've got another domain. We have another domain. Let's add this to our notes. This is the 33. I guess we should probably take note of the other domain as well. I'll come back to doing these notes in a bit. We need to add this to our etc host file. This is the 233 endpoint. Sudo nano. This is library.edu.stf. And maybe it's also regular edu.stf. Actually, we can't do this. Okay, so this is specifically library. I mean, I guess that means that subdomain enumeration isn't all that useful in this case, unless there's subdomains on top of the subdomains. I mean, that's possible. It's possible that there's additional subdomains under library, but let's just save this out like this for right now. Okay. Seems to be loading a lot of stuff. What? What do you mean we can see the files? What do you mean we can access the stuff on the web? This is so silly. WP content, our library is just opened. What are we looking at? What are our options here? So we can upload, copy. What do these things do? Upload files to WP content, select file, select folder. Sick in the mind. Hello, nice to see you here. I've got a fun platform you can try out if you want to. It's kind of like a whole range. Good evening. I see that. Yeah. I don't know if you can still see the. If you can still see the URL for this. That looks attackable. It sure does. So it's called standoff365.com. This is it's a Russian CTF platform. Okay, so network notes for this. Possible file upload attack. Also WordPress. Yeah, this is the icon. Yeah, the icon gives it away. Also WP included.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Agent 57, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're hacking against a new platform. Just for fun, I'll make a file, like a test file that we could try uploading. My initial thought is there's probably some dumb plugin that allows for some sort of directory traversal. Let's nmap. No, let's. Okay. My initial thought is there's some plugin that provides some sort of directory traversal with the file upload. let's see if we can upload something. Select files. It's going to be in the temp folder. Test.txt. File type not allowed, text plain. File type not allowed, text plain. So what is the extension actually guarded? That's a good point. It could be that it's not actually. Okay, well, in this case, we should probably send this through burp. Proxy. Open browser. And then we can try uploading this thing from here. Then afterwards we can start. Okay, so let's see. Test.txt, open that. Unable to upload test.txt. Great. Let's go back to Burp Suite. Where's the post request? Was there no actual post request? Jesus. Okay, intercept. Oh, yeah, right. Finally we get to use the intercept. Huh, okay. Well, I never thought I would be using the intercept. Not my favorite thing to do. Anyways, let's try it. Try uploading. Get the intercept ready, intercept on. Okay. And then select files. Okay. So W3 admin, WP admin, Ajax. This is test.txt and required ID this. Allow upload image PNG. Okay. So they're looking for PNG files. Looks like a pre-flight. So they're looking for PNG files. I mean, we can get a PNG file and we'll try successfully. We'll turn intercept off. Okay. We'll get the 1x1 PNG file, and then we'll start messing around with that. Can we change that? Can we change which one? Okay, let's copy that thing over here, and then we'll try uploading this PNG. What if it lets you what if it lets you change the parameter? Instead of PNG, just change it to TXT. Well, maybe that would be really funny. It'd be so funny. Let's try it out. Okay. So intercept on, and then upload. TXT open. Okay, so this is it. Upload allow equals what would we call it? All? Text plain, okay. Maybe there's no server text. You would use text plain, text/plain. Okay. And let's see if that went through. Reload this thing. Yeah, doesn't look like it went through. I'll try uploading the PNG file. Here's my PNG file. Okay, it managed to get uploaded. Great. Let's take a look at what was actually sent in Burp Suite. So the post was sent through here. Yeah. All right. Let's send this to the repeater. So this managed to get through. There's a bunch of stuff that's being checked over here. Okay, and ain't no way it's image tragic. Image tragic? Skip the pre-flight. Okay. So if we just... Can we rename this thing? If we rename it and we just, repeat this request, does it go through? Where's the... Where's the file name? Okay, we'll try changing the file name. We'll call this test image 1. Send that off. The response is okay. Yeah. Let's see if it shows up in the browser. Reload this thing. Okay, yeah, this is good. So, what do we do? Do we include some PHP code? Do we include... okay, so we're going to try to figure out if we can upload a PHP file. We've got our... Let's see. Let's see if we can just adjust the name of the file here. Send that. What do we get? What? Okay, so this probably didn't go through. Apparently, we can't just change the file extension. You're skipping the pre-flight. I mean, I don't... It didn't like the MIME type by changing the file extension. Okay. Yeah, so this doesn't... I mean, everything else points to this thing being a image. So I guess the file extension might as well skip to PHP 5. Well, maybe, I don't know. So PHP 5, I mean PHTML, all these other... Nope, looks like that one was okay, wasn't good. Error upload mime text x PHP. Okay. Well, I mean, we could try some other extensions, PHTML, and some other ones. It used the extension to directly assume the PHP mime type. Okay, that is also not good. I wonder... Okay. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna fuzz this. So we'll just save this as copy to file. We'll call this request.txt, and we'll put it in. This is for, which host is this for? This is for the library one. The library one is 33, I think. Okay. Yeah, so we'll just go in here and we'll edit this. What we want to do is we want to replace this over here. So just the file name. We'll make this the fuzzing point. All we need to do is fuzz for valid file extensions that are compatible with PHP. Okay. Save that. FFUF. How do you do FFUF with requests again? I need to look it up every time. Cybernerd Dante, thank you for letting me know. Okay. So let's make a little list of PHP extensions with a bunch of this stuff. Okay, and we do FFUF our requests. Yeah, it's here. Okay. Okay, so what happened? No problem, we just got back from trick-or-treating. My son got all the candies and I took my dad tax, of course. I hope there were some good chocolate bars in there. Are you a big fan of like Snickers or like Mars? Okay, so we got some different size. I wonder which one of these would be valid. So PHP 7, well, we know PHP 5 doesn't work. So the 107s are probably invalid. PHP, we know that, well, they probably add the... So there's PHP S and there's PHP 8. Let's give this a try in Burp Suite. PHP S. Okay, so PHPS didn't work. They're handing out full-size candy chocolate bars too. These kids are lucky. I'm jealous. I wish I had some chocolate treats right now. Okay, so PHPS, PHP 8, probably also not allowed. Yeah. Okay, so what were the other responses? Something tells me that none of these work. Okay. Yeah. Zen, hello, happy Halloween. Nice to see you here. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so I'll run them on YouTube. I think I need to get ready to end the stream pretty soon as well. But you know what? There's so much to do on this platform. So much. Okay, enjoy the birds. We'll be back in 50 seconds. Okay, so let's catch up with the chat. So Sickly Mind says, hear me out, given the environment is a bit larger, it might be better to not focus on one thing you find, but to explore a bit more into WP scan this one. Neems says, was that the exact scan that you ran? Neems, are you talking about 10xxx? Neem says you're trying to scan a VM in the home lab. How come Nmap only scans the subnet and not the regular IP? So, okay. What kind of subnet are you trying to scan? Are you trying to scan like a /24 network or something else? So if you want to scan like do like a ping sweep. So let's say it's 10.10.10.0/24. So this will scan 255 hosts. So it'll scan everything from 0 to 255 on this range right here. If this is what you're trying to do, then it'll scan everything in that range. Are you trying to scan a range, or are you trying to scan like a single box? I ran regular nmap with no arguments and nmap with no host. Can you type in the exact command that you gave? Just paste in the entire command, and that way I'll be better able to understand what's going on. So let's see. So this is the 233 possible file upload attack. App able to upload PNG files. Running WordPress. Better yet, you should post it in Discord and ask for help there because the stream is ending soon. Yeah, stream's ending soon, but Nmap. So what kind of error messages? What kind of error messages are you getting from Nmap, or is Nmap just not 24 hours? Nope, no 24-hour stream here. No siree, Bob. Okay, so I'll try keeping my notes I'll move them somewhere else, and then we'll refer to these notes next time. Yeah, when you give it the /24, you're looking from number 1 to 255. But is that what you're trying to do? Or are you trying to do something else? You said scanning a VM in the home lab. So do you want to scan a range, or do you want to scan a single host? Anyways, let's save this out, and then we'll talk about, well, let's talk about who's online first. So infosecstreams.com. You'd say all ports ignored without the net mask, just a single host. You're just trying to scan a single host. Okay. I'm the only person on InfoSec streams. Lucky me. Okay, so twitch.tv. Let's see who's on. Don't think anyone's online. Okay, well, You know what? Our good friend over at Science Streams is on. Let me, maybe we should raid over there. But yeah, Neems, please post this stuff into Discord, and we can help you there. Okay, let's see. Shindigs, we got Science Streams. Let's start the raid over there. Everybody, it's been fun. And I'm definitely going to be hacking more against what was it? Standoff 365. It's a really cool platform. And let's start the raid. Science Streams. But we'll be back on Monday. We've already got a schedule for the next week. Everybody, there's that other Russian one I mentioned before. Oh, yeah, that one, they don't do like a CTF environment anymore, I don't think. Ooh, so we've got a Discord. If you want to join our Discord, that's the link over here. And if you want to join the Reddit, you can join the Reddit over here as well. What are we doing next week? Next week is week 45. We're going to be doing more of the same. If you're ever interested in what we do for our schedule, it's going to be over here. But yeah, everybody, when you get over to Science Streams, please give this raid message. OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog. Just like this. All right, everybody, we're going to be back on Monday. Thank you very much for coming today, and I hope you have a happy Halloween and a happy weekend. We'll see you in November. November's already here. Fun, fun, fun. And yeah, Neems, give us your message on Discord. Maybe we can help you out. All right, ready to raid in 3, 2, 1. Happy Halloween. HackerFrogs out.